Testing audio for the YouTube stream. Testing the audio for the YouTube stream. Testing audio for the YouTube stream. Testing audio for the YouTube stream.
Good morning, everyone. For those who have joined us today in person and online, we welcome you to the City of Toronto Scarborough District Committee of Adjustment hearing. Today is July 26th, and in accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is now called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to a property, permissions to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. Before we begin, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Chippewas and Mississauga bands. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format, hence the delay this morning in trying to get through some glitches. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, which is an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on to the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on the YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask you that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearances will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allocated speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants today, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on any application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee today, you may be able to appeal the decision to the TLAB or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal or the OLT. However, the provincial government has amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal the Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, and those are those that are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. In terms of the hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order that's listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or the agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing today. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. The applicant or the agent will proceed first, will make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if it is substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those who are entitled to receive the notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals and members of public here or online who are either in support or in opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first will call on the speakers in the hearing room today, all members in attendance today, and then those participating through the WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or the agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that have been raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. I just want to remind everyone attending in person and online that we're here to listen to your concerns, but repeating the same concerns and comments again will not advance the cause. Before we begin the hearing of the first item, I would like to receive confirmation of the minutes from the last meeting. Members of the committee, have you had a chance to review the minutes of the last meeting? And if so, can I have a motion to adopt the minutes of the last hearing? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've reviewed the minutes, and I would move that the minutes from the last meeting be adopted.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder on this motion? Motion carries and the minutes from the last meeting have been adopted.
Through the chair, who is the seconder?
Madam Chair, I second that
Member
motion.
Macaulay seconded it. Thank you.
And excuse me, Madam Chair, because I was not present in the last meeting, so I'm not voting for that.
Did not vote.
Thank
So Member Said did not vote because he was not in attendance. Member Macaulay seconded the motion. I will now request to declare any conflicts of interest or declarations of interest from either panel members or staff members for any items that are listed in the time slot today. So I'll start on my right. There's none. There's none. All right.
Through the chair, there are none from staff.
So there are no declarations of interest of panel or staff. That has been confirmed. Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received requests for deferral?
Through the chair, for today's session, we've received 2 deferral requests. The first one is for item number 5, 52 South Marine Drive. Deferral sine die due to insufficient notice under the Planning Act and at the request of the applicant to revise their proposal and obtain a new zoning review. The second deferral request is for item number 11, 570 Birchmount Road. Deferral sine die at the request of the applicant as they await a new zoning review.
Thank you, Colin. We will not vet the agenda. We will not deal with the deferral request as per the new instructions from the city. We will start with the items that are listed on the agenda in the order, and then we will deal with the deferral request when it comes to that item. All right, we will begin with our agenda now. The first item on the agenda is for 29 Lehan Drive. I'll just pull up. Is the applicant in attendance today? All right, so just bear with me. Let me just get to the item. So this is a minor variance application for 29 Lehan Drive, and it is to construct a 2-story addition to the south side of the existing dwelling, and also to construct a new enclosed porch front and new enclosed north side porch. I would like to ask for members in the chambers today, is there anyone who is here in support or in opposition to this application? 29 Lehan Drive. I see none in person today, and I do not believe that there is anyone registered to speak online as well. Okay, so you're the applicant. Do you want to please start with giving your name and address and confirming if you're the agent or the applicant? There should be a...
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is April. I'm the authorized agent for the owners at 29 Lehan Drive. I just wanted to mention that I believe my client did register as a speaker virtually.
Okay, so Kelvin Chan is the speaker, so I want to confirm with you, is the owner going to be speaking with us today, or is he there just observing?
Yes, he's just there observing, and if there's any questions that he could answer.
Okay, all right. So could you please confirm your name again?
My name is April Wong.
Okay, so April, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of the owners at 29 Leanne Drive, I'm here to present the design proposal for a secondary suite addition. The overall intent is to create additional housing in a compact design with minimal added footprint and in consideration of adjacent neighbors. I would like to highlight the site-specific conditions as outlined in the cover letter and portrayed in the case studies, and I ask the committee to consider the feasibility, the overall usability of the lot, and ability to maintain the existing softscaping. We examined a few alternate options before landing on this design, including a laneway house, a detached garage, and a complete second-floor addition. Most affected by the prospect of the laneway house and detached garage is the neighbor to the south at 23 Trip Crescent, and the owner has signed a letter of support in favor of this current proposal. We also looked into similar requested variances in the neighborhood, specifically in terms of the length and depth variance that we're asking for. I would also like to briefly mention that the initial proposal that was submitted November of last year has been revised based on the comments from planning staff. Their main concerns were regarding the building length and depth. As per recommendation, I reduced the length and depth variance by 1 meter, which was as much as I could before compromising the quality of space. Unlike lots with adjacent properties on both sides, this corner lot is quite exposed on 3 sides. With this in mind, our proposal addresses the 4 minor variance tests by minimizing the overall impact on the site while adding to the aesthetic and growth of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, April. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for April on the application? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, April, for your elaboration. I see there has been improvement in the application as compared to the previous deferral. But still, the main concern was the building length and depth. You have reduced it, yes, but it's still the variance is there. Was there any technical thing which was hindering the further reduction of the building length or depth, or could you elaborate on that?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of the question?
I mean, what is the triggering factor for the 2 variances which are pertaining to building length and depth, which you cannot further reduce, although you have reduced it, but this reduction is close to 1 meter or less than that.
Right.
Would it be possible to, or why it was not possible to reduce it further to give it a better shape?
Right. If we can look at the plan, the main floor plan of the proposal for the new, for the added secondary suite.
Actually, what we'll do is we're going to share our screen showing the plans. So just give us 1 moment here.
Okay, great. Perfect. So on sheet A04, you can see the main entry into the secondary suite, and the interior width would end up around 8'6" around there, and I feel from a design perspective that is starting to become quite narrow for that space. So I could reduce it a little bit more, but we're getting closer to the limits of the building code requirements in terms of square footage.
Is that good, Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, That's as I said, I do agree that you tried introducing these variances, which is quite good. Application is in a good condition now. I'm supportive of that, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If you are agree to the urban forestry conditions.
Right.
So have you had a chance to review the urban forestry conditions, April?
Yes, I have.
And you have no questions or concerns with that?
No.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, believe that was the only condition. Members of the committee, just reaching out again, if there are no questions, then I would like to have a motion on this application, and there are conditions of urban forestry. Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the application is in a good shape now. Thank you, Wong, for making these desirable revisions and your understanding about the urban forestry condition. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of this item, subject to the urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I second that motion.
Right, all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously, and the application has been approved subject to conditions of urban forestry. I just realized I don't have to look, it's on the screen here. Okay, so we're going to.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, April, thank you very much. We will now move to our second item, and item number 2 is 11 Holodine Road. Is the applicant, the agent Enzo Lucenio in person today, or is that, is he online? Online?
Through the chair, he's, unless it's noted on the application, on the speakers list, the speaker is always online.
Online? Okay, perfect, thank you for that. I'm still sort of going through the nuances here. Okay, so can we have Enzo online, please?
Morning, Madam Chair. It's Enzo Lacasano from Arch DWG.
Okay, thank you, Enzo. Just bear with me for a second. For all those members of the public here in person today, is there anyone speaking in support or in opposition to this application? This is 11 Holodine Road. I see none in the in person, and I know there's some registered online. So we will, Enzo, so please go ahead, tell us what your application is about, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. We are proposing a addition on top of an existing garage to create a garden suite. We were in front of a committee back on February 27th, but we had to defer it due to planning comments. We worked with planning over the last couple of months, and we resolved all their issues, as well as clearing up transportation's concern with regards to the driveway. I understand there are 6 letters of objection from the neighbors, which I have gone through, but obviously we'll wait for their comments during the hearing. Just want to make something very clear, because it was common to most of the objections, is that the existing house, which did go through a renovation, did not require committee of adjustment, as most of the comments on the objections referred to as being large, and also the garage was constructed with no variances and as of right, because again, there's comments about the garage being oversized. This is an RD zone with regards to it's only having a coverage requirement, which we were able to do with the renovation, because we were also the architects for the renovation to the existing house, to maintain it under the 33% coverage rule. With this new application, we have some very minor variances. We do have a height variance of 6.36, where 6 meters is permitted. This was only due to the fact that we've allowed 12 inches, roughly 12 inches, for the structure of the new dwelling over the existing garage. The coverage is not because of the garage itself. The coverage is due to an overhang that we cantilevered the garden house towards the existing house in order to pull it further back from the south lot line. And the other one is the driveway, which again is an existing condition, so it is a technical variance. So in our point of view, this is a very straightforward, simple application with very minor variances. I understand that, change is very difficult to accept sometimes. This area is mostly bungalows and 1.5 stories. 2 stories are permitted in the entire area. Most of these homes are post-war homes, and I believe that due to the fact that the city of Toronto is requiring additional units being built within the city, this is a really good application, meeting all the requirements for the actual garden house itself. And I leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Enzo, for your comments. Members of the committee, any questions for the applicant? Okay, I see none. All right. So thank you, Enzo. Just bear with us. We're going to now move to speak with our members of the public who have registered. So I will start with Cindy Edwards. Cindy, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Cindy. Please go ahead. Give us your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Cindy Edwards, and I live at 12 Clearly Crescent, which is directly behind the property under consideration. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me and hope I provide some perspective on what it's like living in the area. I understand the building was constructed in 1958 as a single-story garage that is actually inches away from my family and other properties. Over the years, it has been kept in disrepair and was in fact an eyesore in the area until the current owners took possession and completely revamped the building. However, at this time, it was still kept as an ancillary building that deposited amounts of water, leaves, and debris on the neighboring property. This building was built with the intention of being a single-story garage. The current plan is to have a 2-story building that will be inhabited by people, not cars, inches away from our properties, along with windows that have no measurement, in my case, pointing directly into the backyards. The majority of the homes in the neighborhood are, as Enzo said, a story or a story-and-a-half bungalow. One major exception is their property. Last year, they added a full story along with the addition in the back. As it didn't affect my property, it wasn't a concern. However, the variance requests that an ancillary building not be bigger than the property already on. But now the current property no longer conforms with the majority of the buildings in the area. Therefore, it will tower over most of the other properties. I propose that although this building has been in existence for more than 50 years, there is a change being proposed for the existing condition and the relationship to the adjacent properties, not just mine, but others. For this reason especially, I ask that you deny the variance that will allow a 2 full-story house to be built inches away from mine and others by changing the use of the building along with the height, allowing that this is not a minor variance. Although I would prefer it remains in its current use, leaving this as a 1-story building would at least allow us to put up a fence that would give us a measure of privacy. As it stands now, there is absolutely no way I or my neighbors can get away from the windows looking directly into our property. One of the other minor variances is the height, which is being higher than permitted, but based on the increased size of his home, not the ones in the neighborhood. Again, the buildings in the area are much smaller, and it's being proposed to be much higher than the rest of the homes. As well, I and my neighbors believe that adding a 2-story additional building will change the idea of the official plan as being out of keeping of the physical character of the neighborhood being primary, single, and 1.5-story buildings. The crux of my concern is the utter lack of privacy due to the proximity of the building to 5 other properties that it will be overlooking. As the building was never meant to be inhabited, it was built very close to 3 of those properties. Allowing the 2nd story at this proximity will deny all 5 of the other homes any privacy and no way to change that. I attached 2 photographs to show the impact on my property, along with the comparative properties on either side, to give an idea of how closely this will impact my property. I appeal to you to consider this and not permit these 3 variances. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cindy, for speaking with us. Can I just ask for clarification? So the application that's before the committee today and yourself is for the existing garage, to add a second floor addition to the existing garage and convert to a garden suite. There's no development happening on the primary building or the main house. Are you clear on that? There's no
Yes.
variances for that. Okay, so it's for the existing garage to convert to a garden suite, and we have garden suites are permitted as of right in the city. So what this is essentially is requesting for a increase in the height for that building from 6 to 6.36 meters, so roughly a foot and a half of increase in height, and for roughly 5 square meters more of lot area covered by the ancillary building. And I think the driveway is an existing situation from what I heard from Enzo. So you're clear on that, and you still have concerns with what's being proposed in terms of the variance. We're not talking about the use here. We're talking about the variances.
Yes, I understand. It's about 2 feet away from my property, almost from one corner to the other. So there's no way I can have any privacy if they put a window. They don't put the measurements for the window on the second floor. I have no idea how big that window is going to be facing directly onto my property. It also appears that the kitchen cooking vent will be venting into the backyard.
I understand
I'm not
that.
an architect.
Yeah, I understand your concerns, but I do not see any variances for the setbacks of this building to the property line. I'm assuming they meet and comply with the zoning requirements and as it relates to setbacks or proximity to your lot line. What we're here today is discussing the height of the building only and the additional square footage that is being requested. In terms of location of windows and where the kitchen, those are matters that are outside of the committee's jurisdiction. Definitely not something that we can address, but I just wanted to make sure that we are all clear that this is not about the location of the building or the use itself. It's the height and the additional lot coverage that's being requested, or the lot, the size of the building. Okay, all right.
I understand.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear and on the same page. So I thank you for the time you took to speak with us today and express your concerns. Members of the committee, any questions for Cindy? I see none. All right, thank you. We will have Enzo respond to
Thank
your
you.
concerns when he's back. So moving on to the second speaker, can we have Satya Mitrakos, please? He's not? Okay. So staff advises that Satya Mitrakos is not online. So we will move on to, there's no other speaker. There was a staff member who had registered to speak, and that is, I believe, only is needed. Colin?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So there are no registered speakers again for this application. I'm going to check with all those in attendance here today. Is there anyone again checking in for 11 Holodine Road? Okay, I see none. So I'm going to go back to Enzo. Enzo, you heard Cindy with the concerns. We have also
Yes.
We've also read the concerns or the letters of objections that have been submitted. How would you like to
I have.
respond to what Cindy has raised concerns on?
Okay, so first point, with regards to the setback of the proposed second story addition, we are not inches away from the rear property line. We're actually 2.2 meters away. Secondly, there are no windows facing the south property line. That is a skylight. So there will, because I understand that Cindy's objections were similar to the first application, we addressed that and removed the window on the south, and we provided a skylight instead. So there will be no encroachment of privacy on that south side. Now, the existing garage currently is from the rear property line is roughly 16 inches, which the current owner, Cindy, at 12 Clearly, is using the rear wall of the garage as her current fence. There's also a fence on the west side of the garage, which is actually encroaching by 2 feet onto my client's property. So the space that's there is actually being um, used by Cindy and her property currently. There is no fence between the garage and Cindy's property, but our client is looking possibly to install one in the near future. With regards to the size of the garage, the height of the garage is only 10 meters. Currently, you're allowed up to, or sorry, not 10 meters. Is currently
6 meters. It's
well, that's the allowable is 4 meters for the garage itself. We're currently at 3.27, so the existing garage is already undersized in height. Yes, the new addition will be slightly higher, and this is purely to a technical issue with regards to the structure and the roof due to all these angle of repose that we had to maintain the setbacks, because that was one of the clear issues, is that we were trying to pull it further and further away from the property lines to have less impact on the neighboring properties. With regards to the stove venting on Cindy's property, that's not the case. Yes, the vent is facing Cindy's property, but it's over 2.2 meters away. And I believe there is no code violation with regards to that. The water, I know there was an issue with regards to the drainage for water, which my client has removed some of the gutters he's maintained the gutter at the rear, but all the discharge now is onto the west and east sides of the property to try to eliminate the drainage, which unfortunately Cindy's property is at a lower level and is acting as a bit of a drainage spot for the area. Other than that, I think I've covered everything there from Cindy's comments.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you mind pulling up the rear elevation of the building? There are no windows. I just want to make sure there are no windows at the rear elevation. Okay, so that's the elevation.
That's the skylight. Yeah, that's it there. They just passed it. Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, so there are no
That's the
windows
skylight.
facing 11.
There's no windows on the elevation wall, no.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Okay. Members of the committee, any questions or follow-up on Enzo's comments? Okay, see none. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take the matter into committee now. Before we proceed, I just want to make sure that there are no conditions from any department. I don't see any. Okay. All right, we take the matter into committee now. Members of the committee, any comments, any thoughts, or are we prepared to vote on this application?
Madam Chair,
Please go ahead.
I had a couple of comments on this. I was concerned about this garden suite. Certainly garden suites are something that are desirable and wanted. However, the location over the existing garage caused me some concern, especially when I looked at that entire streetscape and saw that this was the only property with a garage in the rear yard, and it would be mid-block to provide a garden suite. I appreciate the concerns that Cindy has addressed, and I'm glad to hear that the applicant has revised their plans, that there are no windows overlooking that property. So given that garden suites are desirable, given that changes have been made to ensure that there is privacy in the adjacent property, I no longer have any issues.
Okay. Any other comment, or will Member Said go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo with my other colleague member. Madam Chair, my personal observation will be that the application is very much revised in a better direction as compared to the previous application. If I look to the three variances before the committee today, all three variances concerning the ancillary building height or lot area coverage of the ancillary building or driveway width, these are minor in nature, and I believe these are appropriate.
Okay, so can I have a motion on the application, please? Please go ahead, Member Said.
Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 2, and I don't see there is any conditions for that approval.
Yeah, just for record, there were some advisory comments from TS, and other than that, there are no conditions. Thank you. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion for approval.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously, and the application has been approved with no conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a wonderful morning.
Thank you. We now go to item number 3, and item number 3 is 25 Claremore Avenue. The agent Daniel Allen is online, but before I proceed, I just want to make sure all members in attendance today, anyone here in support or in opposition to 25 Claremore Avenue? I see none. All right, there are no registered speakers or members or neighbors on this. So we'll proceed with the agent, Daniel Allen, please. Hello, Daniel, are you with us?
My name is Daniel Allen, and I live in 66 Motor Avenue in Brampton, and I'm the agent for 25 Claremore Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Let me check with the committee if there's a desire for a presentation or any questions. Any questions, committee members, for Daniel? Okay, all right. Daniel, there are no questions from the committee. We did receive a report from community planning, and the recommendation is that should the committee approve this application, that the decision be tied to the site plan. Are you aware of that condition?
Yes, I'm aware of that condition.
And you have no concerns. Okay. Any comments at this time?
No.
We're not asking for a presentation, but we just want to make sure if you have any comments at this time before the committee makes a decision on this.
No, I don't have any comments. I mean, everything seems minor in nature for these two variances, and we only keep in with the same building envelope. It's not like we extending anything left to right or in the back. It's just keeping to the same building parameters. So that's pretty much simple.
Okay, thank you very much. So the staff report is shared on the screen, and the recommended condition is on the screen. So I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, any comments, any thoughts, or are we ready with a vote? Okay. So who would like to proceed with the motion? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I see this as a very reasonable proposal here. There's only two variances. The first one really just reflects the existing situation because the proposal is for a rear addition. And the coverage variance request is only 1.9% greater than required in those bylaws. So I'm comfortable the application meets the 4 tests, and I move approval without conditions. Oh, sorry, subject to the community planning condition.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Member Taylor put a motion to approve the application subject to condition from community planning staff report. May I have a seconder, please? All right, Member Gary.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I do second that motion to approve with that community planning condition.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously, and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So moving on to item number 4. Item number 4 is 30 Meadowcliff Drive. And we have the applicant, Martin Rendell, in person today. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to check with everyone in attendance today. Anyone here, either in support or in opposition to application for minor variance for 30 Meadowcliff Drive? Is there anyone in attendance today here? But I do note that a neighbor has registered to be online, so we will get to that neighbor in a bit. So Martin, please go ahead.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for returning to personal hearings. Certainly, speaking for, I think, I'll take the liberty to speak for many applicants, we welcome this.
We're happy to be back as well.
In terms of the application, with respect, I think it's fairly straightforward. This is 30 Meadowcliff Drive, which is down by the Scarborough Bluffs. The property extends, frankly, the rear yard is the Scarborough Bluffs. There's an existing one-story dwelling on the property that's to be demolished, and my clients are replacing it with a one-story dwelling that meets their current needs in terms of features that support aging in place, a multi-generational household, as well as potentially live-in caregiver as my clients age. I submitted letters of support from the two immediately adjacent neighbors, number 22 and number 32. And I've also submitted, and staff have this, a red-line notice of the variances. We've dropped the driveway width variance in response to Transportation Services comments. So the driveway width now complies. Yeah, you have it there. Thank you. Very briefly, a number of the variances arise because of the grade issues. The property slopes 3 meters from Meadowcliff to the rear lot line. And there's variances for the height of the main entrance to the dwelling. There's variances for the elevation level of the garage. And those are all because both of those matters are measured from the grade at the front lot line. And when the property slopes down, inevitably, you're not going to match that. I do note that planning staff reviewed the application, had no objection. Urban Forestry reviewed it, have no objections. And Transportation, we cleared up the grading matter with them. All of the drainage on the site drains away from the garage. They were concerned about pooling and draining into the garage. And planning had the standard condition of being conditional on site plan. And as I indicated to staff, I would just update that. We agree with that condition, but with respect to making it subject to the revised site plan dated July 14th. Beyond that, I don't have any more comments to make, but I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns that members have.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Members of the committee, I come to you now. Any questions for Martin on this application? This has been revised as indicated by Martin. Variance number 6 has been removed. Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Martin, for your elaboration. I was looking at the details you provided in your cover letter. Many of those were quite good as far as responding to various number 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. My concern is for variance number 4, and which is the front yard setback. Although you provided an elaboration to that because you wanted to keep a setback from the rear yard to the stable top of bank of the Scarborough Bluffs. That is one point which is quite valid. I agree to that. But coming to the point, just let me know how this front yard setback is aligned to the neighboring properties.
Okay.
Adjacent properties.
Sure. The front lawn here, there are no services on the street aside from water, so all of these properties are on septic systems. And the front lawn there, the area where the mouse just ran over, that's where the septic field is. So that, to some extent, sets where the setback will be. You can see on the site plan that while the variance for the setback brings the house further forward, the bulk of the dwelling is set back. It's the garage that extends, is where the front yard setback is set. And as I indicated in my letter, what we have is when you look at the two adjacent houses at number 22 and 32, it's not a straight line, but it does provide a transition in terms of the depths of the front yard setbacks from number 22, which has the greatest setback, to number 32, which has a setback more in line with where our garage is. So in my opinion, sir, while we're getting a variance from the front yard setback, the generous front yard lawn area is reflective of the character in the area and the setbacks on other properties in the area, and in my view, meets the general intent and purpose of a front yard setback, which is to provide sufficient separation between the front of a building and the street. It's a generous setback even with the variance.
So what you are mentioning over here, so okay, so the property on the west, the adjacent property on the west is 32, right? And the other property where you are having alignment for the front yard setback is number 22, you are telling?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you see on, sorry, Martin, just for, so if you see on the site plan, 22 is the one at the top, and then 32 is at the bottom. So the area that is, that does not meet the front yard setback is that portion where the garage is. It's further extended. But the bulk of the building is within the required front yard setback, or meets the required front yard setback. So that the leg of the L is the only protrusion or the projection that's coming out and encroaching into the required front yard.
So actually it is aligning to the streetscape, right?
Well, that's the applicant's submission here today, that it's general character of the street to have generous front yard landscapes, and the streetscape has these generous front yards.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions for the applicant? I see none. Okay, all right. There may be some questions which we can always come back to, but let's go and talk to our neighbor. Thank you, Martin. So moving to the neighbor who has registered to speak with us online. So that would be Melba Cuddy Kane. Is Melba's not there? Okay. So staff advises me that the neighbor who has registered to speak, Melba, is not available online. I'm just going to do a second check. Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this application? I see none. All right, thank you. We come back to the committee now. Committee, again, checking if there's any questions for Martin. Okay. Martin, you did refer to the condition from community planning to tie to the site plan, and you have no concerns. And you have confirmed that the revised site plan and grading plan is dated July 14th.
Right. And I can advise also, Madam Chair, that my client did speak with Melba about her concerns, and my understanding is she was satisfied.
Okay. And I don't believe there is any other condition from any agency. So thank you for taking the time to speak with us. I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, any thoughts, any comments on the application? Okay, all right. If there are no comments, yes, Colin?
Through the chair. We're currently experiencing bandwidth issue. Oh, actually just came back. The video of all the members is now visible, but just before I spoke.
No, that's okay.
No worries. But if it does not show up, we will need to do the vote
Okay,
verbally. Okay.
no problem. No.
Thank you.
There's usually a little bit of a delay as well, right?
We just lost the members as well. Okay, so we'll need to do the vote. We'll need to do the vote.
The whole
I'm sorry.
exercise? Okay. All right, so technical glitch. I'm going to call for a motion, and I will have to do it as if it's back.
We're back. Sorry.
I'll just do it anyway. So I'll start with the motion. Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend approval of this variance, subject to the community planning comment. They build in accordance with the revised site plan dated July 14th, 2023. I believe what we've got here is a very good development and very much in character with this part of Scarborough, which is a rather unique part of Scarborough. So recommend approval subject to the one condition.
Okay, and while we're still on video, may I have a seconder, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion for approval of item number 4 as amended, subject to the community planning staff report recommendation.
Through the chair, for point of clarification, it's not the community planning, it's tying to plans based on the revised date of July 14th. Okay.
So, community planning recommended condition. The only difference is the revision date to the drawing. And that's what the motion was for the application as amended. And Member Said seconded the motion. All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved
Thank
as
you.
amended. Thank you. We now move to item number 5, and item number 5 is 52 South Marine Drive, and Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer had indicated that there is a request for deferral, sine die, due to insufficient notice and also at the request of the applicant to review and revise the proposal. So I will call upon the agent, and I will also check with all the neighbors who are in attendance, either here today in person or online, to only comment on the request for deferral. That's what we have before us. Once a decision is made on the deferral, and should the matter needs to be deliberated today, then we will talk about the merits of the application. So right now, we're only going to be discussing the deferral request. So can we have the agent Ashfik Chhabra online?
Through the chair, we have a speaker substitution. Martin Mazurski will be speaking instead.
Okay, and that would be online?
Correct.
Okay, so sorry, can you repeat the name?
Martin Mazurski.
Okay, I'll just go with Martin. Martin, are you online with us?
Yes, I am. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. So Martin, could you please confirm the deferral request and what is the purpose of the request for deferral?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm on behalf of the owner. I would like to confirm the deferral request. The owner and the original agent have looked at some of the comments, including from the counselor. I believe the counselor is also asking for a deferral at this stage to revise the proposal. The owner has seen some of the concerns and decided to address some of those concerns through some changes. Some of the variances will be getting eliminated, but to redraw the proposal, to get rid of those variances, to figure out how, to what extent to fix that, to address that FSI concern. It's going to take a little bit of time to tweak those plans and to get a zoning notice to confirm the numbers. It always takes a little bit of time. That's why we respectfully ask for deferral so the owner and the agent can, the architect can redesign the house and put forward a revised proposal as soon as those variances are confirmed.
Okay, and I also understand that there was insufficient notice provided for this application, which is a Planning Act statutory requirement, so that did not meet these notice requirements, correct?
That was brought to my attention as well, that the panel, I'm not sure if the sign had been put up or if the steps had been taken at that point in time. I know the owner was looking at deferring anyways, but I understand that the panel was not, the COA was not notified or was not given the required information to verify the notice was given, and as such, yes, the failure to meet the Planning Act requirement. I am aware of that as well.
Okay, thank you. So staff has also.
But that for the record. So my apologies. My sincere apologies.
That's okay.
I know that I've been speaking to the owner. I've been advising them and talking with them, the legal representative on the file, to revise the proposal and to go back to a different one. At that point in time, they're so far along already talking changes. The idea was to ask for deferral. Perhaps it might have slipped through the cracks, and I apologize for that. We probably could have notified the panel a day or two earlier.
Okay, that's okay. Staff has also confirmed the notice issue as well. So we have confirmation and the reasons for deferral quite in detail. Now I will request all those members in person here today who were here today to speak either in support and opposition to ask of their opinion on this request for deferral and the reasons that have been stated. So I would request all the members in attendance today to please come forward and confirm confirm on the deferral request only. And at this point, I'm only looking for, are you in favor of the deferral request or not? For the reasons that's stated by the agent.
Hi, it's Andy Dominski. I live at 48 South Marine Drive. I concur with the deferral.
So you're okay with the
I'm
request?
okay
So
with the
should- So
deferral.
should the committee defer it? You have no concerns with that?
No, no.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, my name's Pat Hewitt. I live at 50 South Marine, right next door, and I'm okay with the deferral.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Helen Wassilishin, and I live at 227 Sylvan Avenue, and I'm in agreement with the deferral as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Patsy Green. I live at 55 South Marine Drive, and I agree with the referral.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So we have members or neighbors confirming that they have no concerns with the deferral request, and I do not see any registered member online.
Through the chair, there was one other speaker, I believe, that was appearing in person. I'm not sure if they're there or not. You can ask.
Again, okay, so I'm just checking again. Anyone in attendance today, in person here in the chambers, in opposition or in support to 52 South Marine Drive? I see none. Okay, so you got the names, staff? Okay, we're good?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so members of the committee, we heard the request for deferral for sort of two reasons. Any concerns, any questions on the deferral request? I see none. Okay, if there are no concerns or questions, can I have a motion on the request for deferral? And the request for deferral is sine die. Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for deferral of item number 5, sine die. The reason being is insufficient notice, as well as the request of the applicant to revise the proposal and
Okay.
to obtain the new zoning review. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
All right. All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously, and the application for 52 South Marine Drive has been deferred sine die. We now move to item 6. Item 6 is 47 Hayward Crescent. The agent, Yasu Somalingam, is registered to speak with us online. Before I proceed to the agent, I want to confirm with members in attendance today in person, is there anyone here in favor or in support of 47 Hayward Crescent? Okay, I see none. All right, and there are no registered neighbors as well. So can we have Yasu online, please? Hello, Yasu, you're with us?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Yaso Somalingam. I'm the authorized agent on this application. We are seeking for actually 3 variances. The item number 4 is eliminated. It's just a small error on our drawing, so that we don't need to get any kind of variances for Scarborough zoning. So we comply all the Scarborough zoning bylaw requirements, and we are seeking the GFA, the gross floor area, for 362.14 square meters, where 279 square meters is allowed, and maximum coverage of 33.43, where 33% is allowed, and the maximum depth 19.5, where 19 meters is allowed.
So Yasu, can you please confirm which variance you indicated would be removed or you no longer require?
Item number 4 under the Scarborough zoning bylaw.
Okay, so variance number 4, the maximum permitted height of a dwelling is 9 meters and the proposed height is 9.01. So you're confirming that this is not required anymore?
That's right.
Okay, so can staff strike that through? Perfect. Okay, so members of the committee and all those listening, the application has been amended to remove the variance number 4 that was under the old Scarborough zoning bylaw. Okay. All right. while I have you, Yasu, have you looked at the recommended conditions of urban forestry, and do you have any concerns with that?
We have no issues with that.
Okay, and Metrolinx also requires or advises that you need to obtain a corridor permits and submit all forms and plans needed
That,
for review?
yes, we have no issue on that. I think we are near to the McCowan Road where they are expanding their transit system, so they want that approval, so we are fine with that.
Okay, so I just want to check with staff. That was not a requirement, that was just an advisory comment, correct? From Metrolinx?
Through the chair, I believe those were conditions.
Those were conditions? Okay, all right. So members of the committee, any questions for the applicant? I see none. Okay, if there are no questions or comments on this application and no questions, can I please have a motion? And there are conditions of urban forestry and Metrolinx. Who would like to proceed? Member Macaulay?
Thank you. Thank you to the applicant to clarify and to remove that one height variance. I thought of looking at it, you probably can conform. So I appreciate that you have determined that you can, in fact, eliminate that variance. So I recommend approval of this variance for 47 Hayward Crescent, subject to the conditions of urban forestry and subject to the condition of the Metrolinx.
Okay, thank you, Member Macaulay. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor? Oh, Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I second that motion to approval with those conditions.
Okay, all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved as amended.
Thank you very much. Thank you, committee.
So we now move on to our item number 7, and item 7 is 100 Concilium Place. Just want to see, okay. Before we move to the agent, members of the public in attendance in person today, anyone in this audience who is in favor or in opposition to this application, it's 100 Concilium Place. I see none, okay. Can we please have, there are 2 agents listed, so I will start with Peter Smith. Peter, are you online?
Hello, everyone. If it's okay with the committee, Mona El-Sharari from our office will make the presentation, and I'm available to answer questions or to address any issues that may come up. So can we do it in that opposite order?
Absolutely, we can. So can we have...
Great, thanks so much.
No problem. So is Mona with you or she's joining separately? She's there, okay.
I'm here. Good morning, Chair and committee members. Thanks, Peter, for that. We're here today on behalf of the applicant for 350 Concilium Place, and it's going to be a new arena and multi-use facility, which is going to serve as the home of the Scarborough Shooting Stars basketball franchise. Before we get started, just want to note that this application has really benefited from extensive conversations with city planning staff, as well as the building department and the local councilor agency. And planning staff has no comments on this application. Next slide, please. As I'm going to describe in detail later on, this proposal is for a new arena and multi-use facility, which is going to have seating for around 4,600 people. As I said, it's going to be a new home for the Scarborough Shooting Stars. Not only that, it's going to be a place where other events are hosted, such as conferences, concerts, and trade shows. And lastly, it's also going to be a place where recreational opportunities are provided for the wider community. Next slide, please. So this area provides an overview of the site's location. As you can see here, it's located on the west side of Concilium Place. It's also within the Concilium Place office complex, and it's currently occupied by a surface parking area. What I also want to highlight here is that it's within very close proximity, around 165 meters of the Scarborough Center station, which is the planned station on the Scarborough extension. Next slide, please. With respect to the policy context, it is located within the center, and it's within a mixed-use areas designation, which does permit the recreational uses being proposed. Next slide, please. As I noted, the site is within the Scarborough Center secondary plan. It's also within the McCowan precinct, which is really envisioned to be a place where residential, employment, and recreation areas come together in a transit-supported manner, which is really our emphasis here. What I'd also really like to highlight is the location of this arena is quite ideal since it's located within the center and within an area that has retail uses, office uses, residential uses. So this recreational component really makes it a mixed-use community. In addition, it's going to create a special sense of place because it's within the Scarborough Center station. It's going to really broaden the range of uses and create a new mixed-use center for the area. Next slide, please. So this rendering just provides an illustration of the proposed arena along the Concilium Place frontage. It's a preliminary rendering. It's going to be a 3-story arena, and it's going to have seating for around 4,600 people, as I said. It's also going to include administrative offices, media offices, the basketball court, of course, a fitness room, changing facilities, and concession kiosks. Next slide, please. So this site plan just illustrates the location of the arena. What I really want to highlight here is that pedestrian access is going to be provided directly from Concilium Place, as well as a landscape plaza to the rear of it. There's going to be surface parking area in the southern portion of the site. And the site is also going to benefit from the underground parking spaces that are used for the office complex. So it does create sort of complementary use, whereas the empty parking spaces in the evening can be utilized by the arena. Next slide, please. It's just an aerial of the proposal at level 300, which is the 3rd level, and it really just provides an overview of the seating. Next slide, please. So the variances that we're requesting today is just one variance only, and the site is zoned as City Center Office and City Center Residential in zoning bylaw 24852. The City Center Office use does permit recreational uses, but only as an accessory use. So what we're asking the committee today is to approve it to be the primary use on the site. I think it's also important to note that when we look at the site holistically with the office use, it's really going to serve as an accessory use, but when we look at it from the site on 350 Concilium on its own, it will serve as the primary use. So this variance is really just technical in nature. Next slide, please. I'm just going to finish off by repeating that, this variance is really just technical in nature, and it's minor in nature. It does meet the 4 test of Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, and we recommend that the city does approve the application today. I'll also note that we have reviewed Urban Forester's conditions, my apologies, and we are okay with them. And with that, I'll end, and Peter and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mona. Certainly an exciting project for Scarborough. Members of the committee, any questions for Mona? See none? Well, that's great. No concerns. Okay, so can we have the screen back just so that I can see all the members? I can't see them over their screens. Perfect, thank you. So Mona, I don't have any questions, nor does any committee. Well,
Madam Chair, if Mr. Peter is going to make the elaboration, or
no, only if we have any questions for Peter.
Okay, so can I ask a question then, Madam Chair?
Sure, of Mona or Peter, or either of them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mona, for your presentation. I feel the presentation was highlighting about the nature of the this new development. This is a new arena, and of course, a very welcoming project in Scarborough. I am very happy to hear that this facility, this development is taking place close to my home, right? Which is very good. But as a committee member, I look at the variance before me. There is only one variance, and the variance says that this zone is for the purpose of offices only, while the current development is going to be a recreational use of that, right? Which is 2 different things. My question will be also, again, it may not be directly related to the variance, but could you please let me know that how the developers or the owners selected this site while keeping in view that this is meant for the offices only, right, the center of the city, and they are proposing a arena there with a seating capacity of 4,500 people, and the GFA is 5,488 square meters. That can in turn create certain other related issues. Maybe, for example, one of could be the parking issues or the traffic issues and all that, which is not the variance, but that's why I'm mentioning. How you come to the decision of taking this site for this development?
Sure. I can answer that. I think this site in particular, first of all, the zone does permit the recreational uses. It also does permit residential. It's a very mixed-use area, and this recreational element really turn it into a complete community. And to answer your question with respect to the parking, as I noted in my presentation, it will be sort of a complementary relation with the office use. So when those parking areas are not used in the evenings, they will be utilized by the arena. In addition to that, it's very close to a planned subway station, so people can have easy access using transportation getting into the arena itself. And the nature of this area as a whole, when you look at it, is a truly mixed-use community. You have the retail uses just to the west of us, and there's new residential uses as well that are being proposed to the north of the site, and there's existing residential uses to the northeast of us. So we think that the recreational uses here is going to be that element that really broaden the horizons of uses within Scarborough Center and celebrate that mixed-use element within it. Peter, I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted to add.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you very much. So coming to the, could you clarify that this arena is going to use the parking garage of the Concilium Palace, like all 100, 200, and 300 Concilium Place?
Essentially shared parking, Mohammed. So there will be shared parking, so there would be off-site parking arrangements made with the adjacent buildings.
With the all complex building in the 100, 200, and 300?
Whatever the number is, there will be shared arrangements.
Okay. That's good. We don't have any variance about that.
No.
I do understand. I appreciate, but I'm just seeking it for further clarifications.
Sure.
But I have no objections to that. And as I said, it's really a good development in the city. Thank you. Thank you, Mona.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Committee and Chair.
Any further questions? I see none. Okay, all right. So let's move on to take the matter into committee. Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Peter, for taking the time to present to us. Members of the committee, any thoughts, any comments? You see none? Okay. Can I have a motion then? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you to the presenter. It's a good project, no doubt, no second opinion on that, and we welcome this development in the city. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 7, and there are urban forestry conditions. Hopefully the applicant have looked into that and they agree to that. The urban forestry condition number 1 and 2 is subject to the approval.
I forgot we had the urban forestry police here. Yes, those comments, I believe I didn't check, but I'm sure those will be taken care of because they are going through other planning approvals as well. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, I will second that motion, subject to the conditions of urban forestry.
All right, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you. Okay, so just allow me a moment. I'm going to switch to my agenda. So we're going to go to item number 8, and item number 8 is 170 Grey Abbey Trail. Before I proceed with the agent, can I confirm with members of the audience here, anyone in support or in opposition to 170 Grey Abbey Trail? There's none here. Okay, and I do not see any registered speakers on this application. Can we please have Doug Norton online? Okay, hello, Doug, are you with us?
Yeah, I am. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm speaking, of course, in favor of this project. What we're looking at is a rear deck that is at the same level as the main floor of the house. Because the property slopes towards the rear, the basement's a walkout. And in support of that, I have submitted an aerial photograph, a Google map area, a satellite shot that shows that nearly every street, every neighboring building has the same sort of structure. The little pin there is the subject property. So and this deck has been existing since the house was built, but it the where the owner ran into a problem was he hired a contractor to do some repairs to the deck, and the deck was not even across the back. It had a jog in it, and he wanted it squared off, which ran afoul of the bylaw for the size of the deck at the distance above grade. So he's under order to comply at this point. So our submission right now is to do renovations to the deck to make it safe and to make it in compliance with the building code. And we're asking for the Committee of Adjustment to make approve the project because of the variance required for the size of the deck for the height above the grade.
Okay, thank you, Doug. This is indeed a minor application. There is only one variance required, and there is no other variance requested for this deck. Members of the committee, any questions or any clarification? Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Just a quick question, Madam Chair. Who owns the land to the rear of this?
That's parkland.
Is it owned by TRCA then?
I'm not entirely sure who owns it, but it's certainly regulated by TRCA.
Okay, and I noticed that you've already got a TRCA permit, so that is good news for us. Okay, that was my only question, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Doug wanted to confirm with you, have you looked at the proposed condition from Urban Forestry, condition number 2?
Yes.
And there are no questions?
We've made submissions to that as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, if there are no further questions or comments on this application, can I please have a motion on this application? This is 170 Grey Abbey Trail. Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend approval of this application. I guess the only condition is from Urban Forestry.
That's correct. And may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, please go ahead.
Yes, I second that motion to approve with that condition.
Okay. And all in favor of this motion? The motion carries unanimously, and the application has been approved subject to conditions of Urban Forestry. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you to the committee and you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So moving to item number 9. Item number 9 is 1345 Morningside Avenue, 1345 Morningside Avenue. Before I proceed with the agent, can I confirm with the members of the audience here, is there anyone here either in support or in opposition to 1345 Morningside Avenue? There's none? Okay. And there are no registered neighbors to speak, so we'll start with the agent, Daniel Ferraro. Daniel, are you with us? Hello, Daniel, you're with us?
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, sir. Please go ahead.
Yep. So I'm Daniel Ferraro. I'm the designer and acting agent for the homeowner. Sorry, not homeowner. The owner of the unit, Amanda Saw. Basically, there was a situation where she purchased this unit for her business. She currently carries a hair salon, like where she does stuff for hair and takes care of all that. Now the situation was that she purchased it as an investment. Obviously, not a lot of people have information or even knowledge of the zoning bylaws. When she purchased, she mentioned that in that building, that unit, there was prior a hair salon business. So she just assumed that the zoning would allow for that. Now the situation was that once we tried to apply for the permit, go through the right streams and get everything approved, she realized that it was only zoned for Group E. So obviously that was not allowed. Now obviously she wants to get that approved because the unit now belongs to her. It would be a big hassle to sort of go back, sell it, trying to find another unit. I think it would just be an easier solution to keep it
Okay.
and go that route.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, I have a question. What other uses are, I'm getting some feedback from you, so if you have other devices on, could you please turn them off? Thank you. So in terms of the, what other uses are existing in this commercial plaza?
1 second, sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No, I can hear myself
Okay.
again.
Sorry, 1 second. While I try to figure that out. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You just need
Is
to
it
turn,
better now?
you just need to turn off your other devices because I'm hearing myself from another device. We'll try. Carry on.
Okay, my apology. Maybe I'll lower the volume. That should help. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure about the uses of the unit.
Not just the unit, but generally, what kind of uses are there?
Well, it is a Group E. It is a Group E sort of industrial zone thing. So they do have buildings, appliances like appliance stores. They have like a wellness center. Like just a small little shops there, and then it seems like it's like a regular retail building in general.
Okay, thank you. Member Said, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I am looking at the street view of this mall, and I think we can get a very fair idea if the staff can put this on. If you look at this mall 1345 and 1355, there is a mixed-use retail stores there.
Okay.
I can see appliances store and tile store, and yeah, these kind of things are there.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get a sense of what's out there. I didn't get a chance to take a look at before. Any other questions for the applicant? I see none. Okay. There are no conditions. I can confirm that. Oh, perfect. There are no conditions here, so if there are no questions or concerns, can I please have a motion on this application? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is only one variance before the committee, and I think this is minor in nature and appropriate. I see similar kind of uses are there in the current locations. Madam Chair, therefore, I put forward motion for approval of item number 9, and there are no conditions attached with this approval.
Okay, and may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, please go ahead.
Yes, I second that motion to approve.
And all in favor of this motion? The motion carries unanimously, and the application has been approved, and there are no conditions. Thank you. Okay, moving to the next application, and that is item number 10 on the agenda, and that is for 83 Commonwealth Avenue. Before I proceed with the agent, I want to confirm with the audience here, anyone here, either in support or in opposition to this application, 83 Commonwealth Avenue. I did have a name on my list, Alan Coronado, who was supposed to be or hoping to be here in person. So is Alan here in the audience? Oh, sir. So you are here to speak, or are you representing the church? Sorry? Just observe. Okay, so you do not wish to speak? Okay, should you wish to speak, you'll have to come here at the front, but if you don't, that's totally fine. So you're here to observe. Okay. Can I have the agent Xiaoyong Yu, please? Okay, hello Xiaoyong, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Hello?
Let's go ahead. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Do you have any comments at this time, Shoyong?
Not quite yet. I just like to answer some questions you may have.
Okay, perfect. So members of the committee, do you have any questions for the agent? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd just like to know the history behind this variance. It seems pretty minor. I'd just like to know what the story is.
Okay. And the proposed the mezzanine is to provide some small space and to over the existing the entry that is about roughly 16 square meter, and to provide some spaces for the sound control room, and so that will not increase any occupancy load or this kind of load to require for the parking. So that's the situation of our according to the zoning, that there is one additional accessible parking is required, but we just request to waive that waive this variance.
So I think they applied for a mezzanine permit, and that's when this probably was flagged as a deficiency. This is what I've gathered. Okay. Any further questions for the agent, Shoyong? Member McKay, please go ahead.
Well, just to clarify, then with the variance, then there'll be no accessible space. There'll be zero accessible parking spaces. Is that correct?
No. Currently, we have one existing accessible parking, and in the number 14, I think, is in the number 14 I indicated in site plan. But currently, we have to add a mezzanine in the entry area. So there is another accessible parking is required. So we just want to waive that. They have one.
Okay, there is one. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, all right. If there are no further questions, can I please have a motion on the application?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, before we go to the motion, can I ask a question on that?
Yes, please.
I'm just looking at the variance. So the variance, according to the variance, the proposed number of the accessible parking is 0, but as the speaker is mentioning, they have already one accessible parking there. So they are not creating another accessible parking to increase it to number 2, but they have the one, so it's not 0.
So here's my take on it. We don't know the specifics of that accessible parking space, whether it meets the criteria, it meets a requirement to be an accessible parking space. We need to rely on the notice that was done by the zoning examiner to confirm that there is not going to be any accessible parking space. There may be one on the property, but what we don't know is that whether it meets the required size of the accessible parking space or not, and could it be constituted as an accessible parking space. But based on the review completed by the zoning examiner, there is going to be, they require one and there is none. There may be one that's possibly being used used as a barrier-free space, but we don't know if it meets the requirements or not. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that elaboration, and that's quite technical. Thank you so much for that.
As you may see those on the plans, but what we don't know is confirmation whether they meet the requirement of the space or not. So we'll go with the zoning notice that's before us.
And which says it's 0. Okay. I'm okay with that, and if the other members are okay with that, I can go ahead for the motion, Madam Chair.
So if there are no, I don't see anyone on the screen with their hands up, so if you wish to proceed with the motion, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the elaboration on this technical point. And Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 10 without any conditions.
Seconder, please. Member Taylor, please go ahead.
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, Member Taylor seconds the motion. All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we now move to item number 11. And I understand that item number 11, the applicant was requesting a deferral. So before I proceed, is there anyone here in the audience that is here in either in support or opposition to 570 Birchmount Road? 570 Birchmount Road. I see none, and I do not see any registered neighbor. So we'll start with the applicant or the agent, David Milano.
Yes, through the chair, this is David Milano. I'm the planner for the owner of the site, and we have requested a deferral.
Okay, and could you please confirm or advise us why are you requesting a deferral?
Of course, yeah, through the chair, we've requested a deferral to confirm the list of variances. So we've received an initial zoning review, and it's been requested to provide some additional information as it relates to the existing building on the site to confirm some of those variances. So we're waiting on an updated zoning review to confirm that list.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, any questions on the request for deferral? Any concerns? I see none. Okay. So if there are no questions or concerns for the request for deferral, may I have a motion on it? And that would be a sine die deferral. Member McKay, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move deferral. It seems appropriate to finish off the zoning review and identify really all the variances that are needed. So I would move that we defer this item sine die.
Okay, thank you, Member McKay. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been deferred sine die, and this was 570 Birchmount Road. Thank you, David. We now move to item number 12. Item number 12 is at 2839 Kingston Road, 2839 Kingston Road. And I do not see any registered speaker, but I want to confirm with the audience here. Anyone here, either in support or in opposition to the application for 2839 Kingston Road? Okay, there is none. I will now go to the agent, Randall Dickey. Hello, Randall, are you with us?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead. Do you have any comments at this time, Randall?
Yes, good morning. Just to briefly, I'd like to point out that 2839 Kingston Road is an existing commercial building. There's no development proposed. They went in for an interior renovations for a change of use from office to medical office, and that flagged this one variance that's before you this morning. I would point out that this is a variance not to eliminate the requirement of having an accessible parking space, but rather to recognize that there's never been an accessible parking space on this property. The site cannot accommodate an accessible parking space. And even if a deficient one was created on the back of the building, it wouldn't provide barrier-free access to the front of the commercial unit anyways. This commercial building fronts on Kingston Road, and there is parking available on Kingston Road except for 2 hours of the day, which provides for the most direct and easiest access to the front of the proposed medical office. I would note that there's a transportation report from city staff. They understand the situation and they have no objection to it. And I would ask that committee grant this variance, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Randall. We do see your parking and planning brief here on the agenda as well, so we have had the opportunity to read it. Members of the committee, any questions? Yes, Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, to Randall, is this property, it's a strip plaza, is it individually owned so that they own the building? And my question really is, does that ownership also include the 2 parking spaces in the rear?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it's a strip plaza, an older style.
Yeah.
They only own the building. They do own the 2 parking spaces in the rear, which are accessible off of a public lane. Those 2 parking stalls are legal non-conforming. They must contain or continue to exist as they are, or else that would trigger other variances, and that was noted in the zoning review.
Okay,
So,
thank you. I was just looking for that clarification. I thought that was the situation that we have here. And I recognize that those spaces, even if they were made accessible, would not provide accessible access to this dentist office. So I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. Any further questions? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thank you, Mr. Randall. I was going to ask this question. Continue with that. Would you like to confirm that the rear 2 parking spaces, they are designated parking spaces for this medical clinic?
Through you, Madam Chair, the 2 parking stalls on site are for the uses on the property. There is a second floor rental apartment that has existed, but the 2 rear parking spaces are designated to supply or provide parking to the office and the residential unit above.
Okay, does that help you? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if there are no further questions, and just for record, Transportation Services also reviewed the application and they did not identify any concerns with it as well. Okay, so on that note, can I please have a motion on this application? Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I recognize that we're dealing very much with an existing situation. There is no reason to refuse the dental office use, and therefore I recommend approval of this. There's no conditions whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. May I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, go ahead, please.
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
All right, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application for 2839 Kingston Road has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I do know that this is 12 o'clock. If the members would like to take a quick 15-minute break at this point, this is the time. And then we can come back to item 13.
Thank you.
Through the chair, you may just want to announce when we're reconvening.
Sorry, thank you. So all those in audience, sorry, I'm still used to the old style. All those in audience and those listening, we're taking a 15-minute bio break, and we will be back at 12:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start again. Thank you for your patience and for allowing committee members a short break. Okay, so we are going to get started with item number 13. And item number 13 is for 15 Dublin Drive. Before we proceed with the agent, I would like to confirm with the audience here, anyone here in favor or in support for 15 Dublin Drive? 15 Dublin Drive. I see none. Okay. And I do note that there are two neighbors who have registered to speak with us online, but we'll start with Chris Pereira, the agent for 15 Dublin Drive. Chris, are you with us?
Through the chair, can everybody please turn on their cameras, the members? Thank you.
Okay, so Chris, are you with us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm here.
Good afternoon, Chris. So Chris, we have your application for 15 Dublin Drive before us. Would you like to make some comments, or do you have a presentation at this time?
Madam Chair, I'll take a minute or two just to kind of describe the application, and I just want to clarify one or two items on the variances, and then I think we can move forward.
Sure, please go ahead, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Chair, members of committee, we are here today proposing a new dwelling, and we propose to demolish an existing bungalow and construct a new 2-story dwelling and a one-story garden suite at the rear. Given the depth of the lot, the proposal does represent modest intensification. The garden suite itself is fully compliant with the zoning bylaw, so no variances are needed on the garden suite, and it has received the zoning applicable law certificate. So while the proposal is in substantial compliance with the bylaw, there are two variances that have been identified through the zoning review of the main house, and I just want to kind of speak to them here. So the second variance, I'll start with that one, talks about, those are numbers, but to translate into FSI, the current permission is a maximum of 0.5 FSI, whereas the zoning notice had identified 0.62 FSI. So first thing is, staff actually overstated that variance. We actually don't need 0.62. We actually need 0.6. So that's just a point of clarification. And how that 0.6 is arrived at is basically 0.51 of the 0.6 are for the main house. So the main house itself is 0.51 FSI over 0.5 permitted. And the additional 0.9 to get us to 0.6 FSI total comes from the garden suite. So that's just, so that staff, so that committee understand the FSI matter and how it relates to the entire property. And then the second variance really is a variance needed for main wall height. As we can see, we are proposing 57 centimeters over the permitted main wall height. And if you look at the drawings, and maybe we can get into this, but if you look at the drawings, that height, because we don't need a height for the overall building height, that actual height, if you go to the front or rear elevation,
Chris, sorry to interject, but you're coming in and out. So can you take a look at your microphone? Just make sure it's consistent. You're kind of going out and in and out. Hello? Oops.
sorry, is that better, Madam Chair?
Yeah, we were hearing you fine, except that you were kind of tuning out and tuning in. So as long as we'll see, carry on.
Okay, hopefully the connection is not an issue.
Okay.
So the 57 centimeters that I was referring to, you can see it on the front and the rear elevation primarily. I think it's A6, yeah, an A7. So that height, that's the 57 centimeters, primarily is coming from the, it's primarily derived from an architectural design choice by the architect. So we have a prominent parapet. You can see if you kind of zoom in, we have a prominent parapet that is really creating the additional 57 centimeters in height. You can see, yeah, that precast kind of cornice line, a horizontal cornice line. Exactly, that's the 0.9. So if that was, for example, 0.5 or half of that, we wouldn't need a variance at all. But the architect, you can see what the architect is doing. You can see a similar cornice line on the first floor, and you can see those precast columns creating kind of a central bay over the main doors, over the main entrance. Exactly. So the 0.57, as I had mentioned, is coming from this use of a generous parapet, and it's a architectural design choice that the architect had decided. And you can see kind of what he's trying to do there with the central column in terms of lining it up with the entrance. So that kind of explains the two variances, I hope, in a clear manner. Suffice to say that we believe that the proposal maintains the intent of the official plan. It is consistent with the prevailing physical character. The garden suite is in full compliance with the bylaw, and we do believe it is indeed extremely minor. And the relief that is being sought would result in a family-sized primary dwelling and provide an additional dwelling unit at the rear of the property, consistent with the city's own zoning bylaw performance standards. Thank you very much. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that explanation. Members of the committee, any questions for Chris? Member Macaulay, go ahead.
I think, Chris, I was trying to write down what you were saying. I didn't get it exactly. The floor area is, the required is 0.50, and what you are providing is 0.62, if that's correct?
We are actually,
0.6.
through you, Madam Chair, we are proposing actually 0.6. As I said, staff overstated that variance.
Okay.
And how we arrive at the 0.6 is 0.51 for the main house and 0.9 for the garden suite.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Member McKay, go ahead.
Chris, just as to conditions, looks like there are 2 urban forestry conditions, and there's also a Metrolinx condition wanting what they call an environmental easement. Are you aware of those, and are they acceptable?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we are aware of the forestry condition and the very rare Metrolinx condition that made an appearance, but we've reviewed them and the owner has no issues. I believe Metrolinx, in case they need it, they require an easement across the property. No problem. We've reviewed them and we accept those conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member McKay. Any further questions? Okay, so let's move on to speaking with our neighbors here. So thank you, Chris. Just stay tuned. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Our first neighbor who has registered to speak is Eric Tam. Eric, are you with us? He's not, okay. So staff has advised that Eric is not available online. So we will move on to the next speaker, Joy Young. Okay, hello, Joy, you with us?
Hi, no, I'm.
Hello?
Thank you.
Sorry, you were cut out. Can you please repeat?
Oh, sure. I'm just here as an observer. It's first time I'm sitting in on something like this. I'm here to learn the procedures and stuff like that. I don't have any objections or anything.
Oh.
So I'm not here to speak.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for confirming that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. So you can continue to observe while we proceed. So coming back to Chris.
Thank you.
Chris, there were no questions or comments. Well, one didn't show up and one didn't have any questions or comments. So coming back to the committee again, last chance for you to ask any questions or any comments before we take the matter into committee. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chris, for speaking with us. I take the matter into committee now. And Chris has confirmed that he's read the conditions and is fine. So if there are no further questions or comments, can I please have a motion on this application? Who wants to proceed? Member Macaulay, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks to Chris for that clarification, because I noticed that there was some concern about the size of the house, and it's difficult when you've just got numbers there and trying to see how that fits with the zoning bylaw. This is an area, Madam Chair, that has a number of large houses being built. This is another one, but I think it's in keeping with the other larger houses in the street. I note that the garden suite, and I looked at that garden suite, that the suite itself is 11 feet from the rear lot line and 36 feet from the main house. So it's really well situated on this property. And the garden suite does raise the gross floor area by 0.9 of a square meter. So I have no concerns with this. I think it's appropriate. I think it's in keeping with what else is happening in the neighborhood, and I don't see any negative impacts. Therefore, I recommend approval, subject to the Metrolinx warning clause and the urban forestry conditions.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. May I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, go ahead.
Yes, I second that motion to approve, Madam Chair, with those conditions.
Thank you, Member McKay. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you. So moving on to the next item, item 14. Item 14 is for 2199 Midland Avenue. I do note that the applicant or the agent is appearing in person, but before I proceed, I want to make sure, is there anyone here in the audience for 2199 Midland Avenue, either in support or in opposition? 2199 Midland Avenue, anyone here in support or in opposition? I see none. Okay, so over to you, Martin. We
Thank you.
have your application before us. I do note for record that we did receive a report from community planning staff, and that was recommending refusal. You've had a chance to review the report. Please tell us what this application is about and what your thoughts are on the community planning staff report.
Sure. I have reviewed the planning report. I will speak to it. Hopefully I have enough time to speak to it, but let me just start with an introduction or overview of the application. This site is in the Progress employment area. It's at the corner of Midland and Progress, a stone's throw from where we are now. The property was rezoned in 2007 to permit mixed employment uses. So in addition to industrial as a permitted use, other permitted uses on the property are a day nursery, educational and training facilities, offices, personal service shops, place of worship, recreational use, restaurant, and retail store. The property currently is developed, if you've gone by it, in a plaza type of format. There's a coffee time, there are personal service shops, so as the site plan shows, this is the shaded unit at the bottom. The tenant there previously operated a barbershop hairstyling salon. The intent here is the new tenant is seeking relief from the zoning bylaw to permit those premises to be used as an educational use, basically tutoring of children from 3 to 14 years of age. The reason the variance arises is because while educational uses are permitted, they are on this site limited to being operated by a university or a community college. So educational uses are allowed, but only presumably if a community college or university does it. So it's in my opinion, a variance from use, and you've had some of those today. The type of tutoring that's going to happen here is remedial tutoring in non-school hours for things like math, English, abacus, coding. There's many examples of these in the city. Getting to the 4 tests, in my opinion, it does maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan in terms of core employment area, which is the designation, does permit training schools, so the educational uses are allowed. Delivering education to people, in my opinion, is the general intent of the official plan, along with other policies. And I'll get more into that when I respond to the staff recommendation. In terms of the purpose of the zoning bylaw, again, education and training uses are permitted. If you think about the education function, it's a teacher instructing pupils and students. The restriction here about education only being allowed to be conducted by community colleges or universities, I think, does not take away from the fact that the same activity is happening. It's simply a different type of student. And frankly, 1,000 square feet, it is very unlikely that U of T or Centennial College are going to set up a campus here. This is a much more realistic expectation of the use. In terms of the relief from the bylaw, in my opinion, and you saw this on the arena that you dealt with, you can grant a variance from a restriction in a zoning bylaw. I would also note, with respect to children here, the staff report spends a great deal of time alarmed that children will be on the premises in these 1,000 square feet. A daycare is a permitted use. Children can attend the coffee time and sit in the outdoor patio and enjoy a beverage on this site. So children are able to access this site today, and since 2007, the employment area has not suffered any impacts, nor has it been destabilized. In my opinion, it's a desirable use because it permits a business on the property. I've outlined it's the same activity of instruction to individuals. The staff report, again, focuses on these are children. It's intended to be adults. I'd suggest to committee that the Human Rights Code does not allow planning or zoning bylaws to discriminate access to services based on personal characteristics. So in my opinion, it's a desirable use for the property. I do not see any impacts from this. It is minor. I've submitted 3 letters of support. One from Tesco, which operates immediately to the north, is a heavy truck repair operation. They have no issues with it. The other one is Air to the south, which sells retail to the public, appliance parts, etc. They support it. And Coffee Time, who has their head offices just down the road on Progress, has also indicated a letter of support. So in terms, all I'm saying here is, ma'am, businesses that actually are located in the area and adjacent to the property do not have a concern about the tutoring use being here. I'm going to turn, if I can, briefly to the staff report, which recommended refusal.
Martin, sorry to interrupt you, but the 5 minutes is up, so I may...
Maybe someone can ask me a question and I can...
Yeah, maybe you can expand on it through
Sure.
questions. Maybe that's the best
I
way to do
appreciate
it.
that. Thank you.
Okay. So on this note, questions for Martin? Yes, Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Rendell, I'd be very interested to hear your comments on the staff report from the Community Planning Department.
Okay. In terms of the staff report, I mean, some of the key themes in there are they claim this is a sensitive use, that it potentially will be negatively impacted by discharges and other disturbances from businesses in the area, that then the sensitive use will complain about those businesses. They don't mention it here, but it is traditionally, in my past experience, been a concern that, well, when somebody complains, then that business risks losing their MOE license. Staff believe that if uses like this are allowed in the area, that it threatens the stability of the employment area, and I'll expand on all of these. That it's serving persons who are not employees in the area, suggesting that only employees in the area are allowed to use services. Only employees in the area are allowed to go to our coffee time or go down to the Patty King and buy patties, presumably, not the general public.
There are two juice bars in the building?
Pardon me?
There are 2 juice bars?
There's 2 juice bars in here. There's a chiropractor. There was a barbershop hair salon where outsiders, maybe there were some employees there, but in my experience, it is a fact that non-employees do venture into an employment areas and patronize businesses. You can buy paint on the street, you can buy patties. I'll leave it at that. And then this concern about children rather than adults being the clientele. So with respect to the community colleges and universities restriction, let's say that that Centennial College decided to set up an early childhood program there. A day nursery is a permitted use. They would be training adults to be early childhood caregivers running a daycare. They probably might have children there so that these people could learn about childcare, etc. If Centennial College or someone else were operating an educational use here for adults, those adults would not necessarily be employees of the area. They're coming from outside. So I think this concern about the public being drawn into the areas is frankly overstated. Staff say that the zoning bylaw is intended to essentially provide adult education only. And again, in my view, that's a contravention of the Human Rights Act. That's pretty clear. Then turning to the official plan policies that they quote, one of the goals of the employment areas policy is to have employment areas as places vital to Toronto's future economic prospects. I would suggest that the education of people with skills, including children, we know that education in the early years is vital to future success in careers, etc., is a contribution to the future economic prospects of the city. Now, I've listed before, and ma'am, you've noticed too, some of the permitted uses allowed here. So in terms of non-employees coming into the area, the zoning permits it, it's throughout the area, and it is not out of control that this area is declining because of it. Now, staff rely to a great degree on labeling this as a sensitive use. And in the provincial policy statement, sensitive uses are identified, and the staff report says, well, sensitive uses need to be kept away from employment uses for the reasons that I outlined before, that somehow the employment operations are going to generate, used to be called emissions, discharges, etc. So that is then undesirable and has repercussions on the employment use and keeping them separate. Again, here, I understand the abstract notion that staff are defining there, but again, look at the letters of support we have from Tesco, which repairs trucks next door. They have no issues with this and have coexisted with the existing uses on the property from day one. I think also in terms of planning, you need to look at the context and the facts of that context in terms of what is around the use, and to carry on with this sensitivity of this tutoring use to other uses, let's look at what's around the area. I've described Tesco. I've got Air on the other side. Further down, we have a major Canada Post distribution facility. Beyond that, we have the old McGraw Hill site, which is a city warehouse of things. We don't have uses, in my opinion, that would impact any use in the area the way that this sensitive uses concern is being raised by staff. I would note that the 2023 PPS has policies about sensitive uses, but it's talking about uses that are near a major facility. Major facilities are defined as airports, sewage plants, rail facilities. Again, we're not in that league here. There are no discharges that this site is subject to. Staff say that the sensitivity of the use is compounded by the clientele being 3 to 14 years of age. And I've commented again on the age matter. If a daycare is permitted for that same age group, I don't really understand why all of a sudden now we're concerned about kids getting remedial tutoring. Staff say the use doesn't support the primary employment function of the area. Well, this is a business use. It will have employees, and staff raise a concern about it catering to the general public. And again, I've outlined that there are a host of uses in the area that compare them. Potential disruption to nearby operations. With respect, I don't think 1,000 square foot facility where kids are doing remedial reading and math is a disruption to other business uses by, and again, you have letters from adjacent uses saying they're fine. Getting to the end, staff also raised the issue that employment areas are a finite land resource that have to be protected for employment activities. Now, this is not a municipal conversion of employment lands request. It's a variance to a permitted use to remove the restriction about this being operated by a university or a community college. We're not displacing 1 square meter of industrial land. In fact, industrial uses remain permitted on this property. To see this as a threat and potentially destabilizing this particular employment area, I think, again, with respect to staff, is overstated. And I think what you need to do is judge every application on its individual merits, and planning is contextual. I've described for you the context, the physical context in the area. And staff conclude that it fails the 2 tests, the OP test and the zoning bylaw test. And I would just point out to committee that under the Planning Act, both those tests are phrased in terms of meeting the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. And in my view, the employment policies here, given this specific use, its scale, its context, etc., in my opinion, does meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan, which includes educational and training uses. And I think, again, the context here is such that these negative impacts that staff are raising are, again, with respect, frankly, overstated, and that this is an appropriate use. I'll stop there, and thank you, ma'am, for your indulgence.
No, thank you. That was a good explanation. Any follow-up question, Member Taylor? Member Taylor, you had asked Mr. Rendell for explanation. Do you have any follow-up? Can we move on to the next question?
I was just giving him an opportunity that he hinted at, and he more than responded to my question.
Perfect. Thank you, Member Taylor. I do have a follow-up question, Mr. Rendell. One of the objectives of employment areas is to maintain and retain and to attract employment. For this particular business, how many employees is this going to be generating for this use, for this business?
It's very similar to the other uses in the developments. It's 2 to 3 employees. I mean, there will be employees. It is a business. It'll be 2 to 3 employees.
Okay. So had it been a trade or business-related school or education place, it would have been similar to 3 to 5 employees.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you just think generically of this space being set up for instruction, let's say it was ESL training or something. Right. I mean, you'd have at best 1 to 2 instructors, maybe an administrator. Again, it's 1,100 square feet. So there will be employees in there. Again, in terms of economic development, it does that. And the other thing, which I think we can't lose sight of, is it allows for vacant space to be rented in the current market, which is a challenge. And there are other things that could go in there that might be a little bit more of a concern to folks. But the other point I would make is you may have employees in the area who have kids that need to to improve their skills. We've just gone through COVID. I'm reading that kids are behind because of the lack of education, and you know, I think the government is even encouraging parents to go out and get additional tutoring and stuff. So I think this is a good use and an appropriate use, and in my opinion, fits the context and meets the four tests.
What would be the timing of operation of this business?
It's principally, well, after school and, you know, probably a Saturday, because the children would be generally attending school, and then, you know, after school, they would go with a parent and get the tutoring. So
Yeah. Having raised two kids, I can I've usually taken them to, you know, after hours, 5 to 8 or 9. So, which I'm trying to understand, because one of the concerns raised was conflict with the existing employment activities or business activities. So, from that perspective, I was trying to assess the hours of operation of this facility. So these are primarily evening hours after school.
Not just, I mean, some of this might sound far-fetched, but the hours of operation are less than the coffee time, which has a drive-through. So, you know, if a parent wants to take their kid to learn and then also go for a bubble tea or something, you know.
That's what I was trying to hear.
Or get a patty.
All right, so moving on, going to go to other committee members' questions. Member Said.
Mr. Martin, just confirming from you that I heard it correctly. You do mention, and I am looking into the broader perspective of this proposal. You do mention you have a letter of support from the different, but the only letter of support I am looking with my package is from Tesco, which is not only a trucking equipment company, having nothing related with the education side or employment in education. They are also the property owner of this site, so definitely they are going to support this project.
No, the owner of the site to the north, sir, not this property.
They are not the owners of this property?
They're not. The Caltron Properties owns this property. Tesco is the separate ownership to the north.
It's further north.
Okay. Okay, 2215, my apologies. Yes, they are the owner of the property close by to this, which is 2215, right? Okay,
2215 is Tesco.
2215, right? Okay, my apologies for that. The second is, I'm just thinking on that. I just need your opinion. Should the committee approve this proposal? I mean, I'm not saying it will be, I'm just taking your opinion on that. And if the committee impose certain time period for this approval to see the impact of that and put a condition of a certain time frame for certain number of years or that, what is your thought on that?
I wouldn't support that, sir, quite frankly, because an educational use is permitted. I respectfully don't see that this use needs to be put on probation to see if any issues arise. Even if you did that, like, what would we have to prove at whatever time period we came back for? And you then put the owner and the tenant into this uncertainty of being uncertain as to whether a use that's approved and operating in a facility that they've configured for it could all of a sudden lose its approval. I appreciate the question, sir, but I don't think it's required here.
Okay, all right. So just checking with the committee again. Can we please have, yes, thank you. Okay. If there are no further comments or thoughts, we'll take the matter into committee. Thank you, Mr. Rendell, for your submission today. We take the matter into committee. Committee members, thoughts, comments? Member McKay, please go ahead, and then Member McCauley.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate your submissions, Mr. Rendell. And in my view, I'm now prepared to support the application. I think that you rightly set out things. I was a little concerned that it's an employment area. But just letting you know, I'm prepared to support the application.
Okay, and Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am willing to support the application. You've correctly said that this is a mix of uses on the property, that educational tutoring for um, older people, uh, teenagers plus, I guess, is permitted. I don't see why educational facilities for those less than teenagers are excluded. In addition to which, this property would permit a day nursery. So it isn't as though we're worried about the impact of children either on the adjacent facilities or the impact of the adjacent facilities on children. To me, this seems to be a perfectly good use, and I would be in support.
Sure. If I can just also offer my thoughts on this. I feel, and that's why I was asking the questions around employment generation, because that's one of the core functions of employment areas, is to ensure that the employment is generated and it's maintained. So I feel that within the 1,100 square foot space, whether it's a trade or industrial business-related college or education institute versus a Kumon or an Abacus math tutoring center, I feel that it's achieving the same intent and general purpose of that particular objective of employment lands. In terms of timing, I find that, and that's just me personally, over the years we have focused too much on separation of uses. And again, that's just me, my professional opinion and personal opinion. And hence we see where we are today is a big disconnect, and then sort of lack in getting some mixed-use communities built. So I feel that, again, this is not too much or too large in scale to take over or impact the industrial uses or the employment uses within the designation. I find it's a modest use that could be introduced, and then I think what really makes me go in that direction is, or in my opinion, is that there's a day nursery on the property, or the use is permitted on the property. There's going to be, if a day nursery or a daycare is permitted on this property, the kids are going to be there from 7 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the evening. Kids will be exposed to those emissions, quote unquote, or the traffic or the industrial uses around. This to me is a more sort of short-term use. It's an evening use after the employment uses are done or the business hours are over. So overall, I find this to be a modest and a small-scale use that could fit in within the area. And again, to my point, I think we should start thinking about collectively as starting to mix certain uses that can work together. I'm not suggesting, a daycare on a giant manufacturing facility, but certain uses can certainly live in harmony as well. And I see Colin has a point.
Through the chair, we'd just like to put up the public hearing notice, and this was based on a zoning waiver from the applicant, and you can see there that it indicates, actually, if you can expand on the top there, maybe magnify it a little bit more. Just for a point of clarification, this doesn't list the requirement, I guess the zoning bylaw requirement. I'm assuming the zoning bylaw requirement does not permit this use. Is that, I just want to clarify that with the applicant.
It's in my letter. It's exception, the number I forget, that attaches the rider of limiting them to business and trade schools.
Okay, so in our decision, we will indicate the, the zoning requirement in our decision.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I'll leave the wording to you, but it would be like just a variance to that exception, which
yes, and we'll list the, okay, thank you.
Sorry, Colin, I wasn't clear on that. If you don't mind, just quickly.
Can you please put up the public hearing?
My apologies for that. I
yeah.
didn't connect.
So this is on the zoning notice, or sorry, the public hearing notice does not typically on our yes. applications we list the section that's being varied. This one does not have it.
Okay, so to permit education and training facilities.
If you go to the previous page, the page 1. Actually, I'm sorry. It's
It is that one.
It does, but normally it would, it would be to permit this, whereas
Whereas
the,
is missing there.
this is not a permitted use. So for a point of clarification, I think we should be including that in the decision.
Okay. So should the committee approve this,
Yeah.
then it should be clarified that whereas the zoning bylaw does not permit this use.
Yes, and we will include that in the decision.
Okay.
And it's exception 838 if that needs to make its way into the wording.
Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. So just in closing my previous comments, I know I went on a bit of a rant and got into my personal opinion as well, but I think what I was trying to go is that, in my opinion, it meets the general intent of the official plan, generally for employment areas and for the uses in the area. So in my opinion, it meets that particular test that the community planning staff had raised. That's my opinion. Any other comment? Any other thoughts? If not, then can we move to a motion?
So, through you, Madam Chair, to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are you proposing that if our motion on this would specify or clarify or add that the proposal does not comply with the provisions of the zoning bylaw? Are we actually in our motion amending this notice?
I don't think you need to do that. We will do that. I want to just clarify this as a point of record. We will do that when we issue the decision. You don't need to do anything. The panel doesn't need to do anything in their motion.
So we can just make a clean motion on what's in front of us.
Correct.
That's correct. So just for the purposes of motion, just what is being requested is to permit X, Y, Z, and that's it. Okay, so motion, please. Member McKay, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, as mentioned, having heard all of the submissions, I'm in favor of this application. So I would move approval of this variance application. I see no urban forestry condition or other type of condition here.
Okay, may I have a seconder, please? Member McCauley.
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
Right, and all in favor of this motion? The motion carries unanimously and the application has been approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Okay, so we are going to move to item 15, and item 15 is for 1021 to 1035 Markham Road. So 1021 to 1035 Markham Road. And there are no registered speakers except the agent, but I will check with the audience here. Anyone here in support or in opposition to the application for Markham Road, 1021, 1035 Markham? See none? Okay. All right, so let's move on to the agent here. Agent is Stephanie Quast. Stephanie, are you with us?
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of committee.
Good afternoon, Stephanie. So Stephanie, there are no registered speakers. There's no one in the audience on this application today. Do you have any comments at this time, unless you want to see if members have any questions?
Sure, I provided a detailed planning cover letter that addressed the 4 tests with respect to the 4 variances requested. I'm happy to go through them today, or I'm happy to take any questions, whatever you prefer.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Let me ask the committee members. Committee members, would you like to have this presentation, which you already did receive in the agenda, or do you have any questions for Stephanie? I'm looking for your... Member McKay.
Just a small point of clarification. I noticed there's to be a pet wash in this, and I take it that doesn't apply to cats, as I've had some difficult experiences that way.
I have a cat as well, so I can relate to your comment.
I can relate it to it now, yes. Okay. Any other questions or clarification? Or would you like to have a presentation? Member Said.
Again, a short clarification from the owner. Um, I understand the actual height of the building will remain, there will be no change in that with all these breakups over there. You are asking for to include the wording, and within quotes it says, excluding mechanical penthouse. So could you elaborate on that? It's mean, what difference it will make to that?
Sure. Thank you for your question. So you are correct. The variance we are requesting does not request any increase in height as to what has been approved by council back in 2018. So today on the site, there is an approval for a 34-story building plus a mechanical penthouse. So when at the time of drafting the site-specific bylaws, there were two. There was an amendment to the Woburn community bylaw as well as an amendment to the citywide 569 bylaw. And in the Woburn community bylaw, the wording for the provision of height was provided correctly. So it said 34 stories is permitted, excluding a mechanical penthouse. The trouble is that in the citywide bylaw, that wording was missed. So it just said you're allowed 34 stories. So when we went to the building permit application, the zoning reviewer looked at this and said, because you forgot to include the word mechanical penthouse in the site-specific bylaw for the citywide bylaw, he would have to count our building as a 35-story building. So he would say that mechanical penthouse adds a story. And so, through the discussions with the zoning examiner, we said, no, we are not requesting 35 stories. We simply have to go back, make a technical amendment to the provision that will essentially say, like it does in the other bylaw, we are allowed 34 stories plus a mechanical penthouse. But the way you would word it is 34 stories is permitted, excluding the mechanical penthouse. So all to say that there is no change to the height. It is as approved. It's simply a technical error that was made. And through this variance, we are seeking to rectify the situation.
So no impact to the overall height.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a good clarification to that. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any further questions for Stephanie? Okay. So Stephanie, thank you for your responses. I don't believe committee has any further questions at this time. So if the committee is ready, can we advance to the voting on this application? Yes, Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of item number 15, and there will be no conditions to that.
Perfect. Can I have a seconder, please? And that would be Member Taylor. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I second that motion.
Right. And all in favor of this motion? Motion's carried and the applications have been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving to the next item, and that is item 16. Item 16 is for 26 Hunt Club Drive. Again, there are no registered speakers except the agent. And I do have a speaker. Anyone here in support or in opposition to 26 Hunt Club Drive? Perfect. Okay, so I'll come to you in a minute, but would you like to come and sit close to the podium so you can get a chance? He's been a great kid. He's been quietly watching the session since this morning. Very nice kid. All right, so have a seat, and then we will come to you in a moment. So going to the agent first, Bruno Lopes. Is Bruno online? Hello, Bruno.
Application, MXL Engineering, located at 1649 Sinclair Avenue West.
Okay, thank you, Bruno. We're here today to review your application, and just so you know, we do have a member in the audience who is wishing to speak to your application, but I'll give you the opportunity to go first. Do you have any comments at this time? You have 5 minutes if you want to explain your application, or if you have any comments that you would like to convey to us.
Absolutely, I'll take the opportunity, and because of the fact that planning department, it's actually asking for deferral because they want to further discuss. And with all honesty, I think there is not much more to be discussed. And the reason being is that this application is actually, to me, very straightforward. The first two variances are just already existing, so it's the natural extension of the walls. We might consider the other two slightly different because again, when we talk about development, we're always talking about massing. So the GFA and FSI here are a little bit more critical, and we understand that the numbers might be a little bit off of what you usually see. However, and that part of my conversations with planning, we have plenty of examples on that street where both FSI and GFA are actually in keep with our numbers and perhaps even more. So if staff can pull up a Google view of the subject address, we can clearly see that on that street, number 8 and number 22, 22 is just 2 doors down. It's pretty much the exact same size in terms of GFAs, FSIs. The volume of the building is pretty much the exact same. And with all honesty, with with MXL Engineering, with hundreds of committees that I've done in my recent past, this is the very first time that I have neighbors from left and right, which is, let's say, north and south, neighbors from the back, and neighbors from the front. So we have a lot of support with a certain number of signatures, if I'm not mistaken, around 10 or 13, something around that number. And again, this is something that we have done with all our hearts because this family it's living on a little bit of a crunch, and we try to put our best effort. So at the end of the day, this is pretty much what they need. And again, when we have all the entire neighborhood in support, I think is a strong message.
Okay, can you clarify one thing with me? Community planning is recommending deferral of this application, but you indicated that you want to proceed with the decision today because you don't see any further opportunity. I'm just curious to know, you've had conversations with community planning or not at all?
Yeah, we exchanged a couple emails, and they were seeking some minor adjustments. And again, is trying to shrink the house if possible, but we are within the limits of the length and the height. So naturally, when we stay within, let's say, these constraints of height and length, obviously we're gonna somehow we have some variances that will be triggered, and these are the two, GFI and FSA. But with all honesty, for this particular neighborhood, I think the existing bylaw might be slightly outdated. Again, this is a neighborhood in transition, and I foresee on the next few months or short years that we're gonna have an updated bylaw for this particular site.
Fair enough, but I just want to make sure that we all understand that there's no such thing as precedent setting. If change is occurring, doesn't mean that anything to us. We review each application on a case-by-case basis. So I just wanted to set it out clear, so we can then discuss on the same page. But thank you for your submission. That was my question, unless any other committee member has any further question for you. Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Just a follow-up on this, and it isn't clear. The application is asking for an FSI of 0.81 and a lot coverage of 52%. Is that the original application, or has the applicant made some adjustments to his original size to reduce those numbers?
We stayed pretty much within. We made small revisions, but we made it to the point where the client was comfortable with what we provided. Yes, this was there was iteration, but there was a point where the client like to stay with their desire.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Macaulay. Any other question? Okay, so maybe if we do have questions, we can park, but let's proceed with hearing what our member of the public has to say. So, sir, please go ahead.
My name is Hamish Selby. I'm the owner of 26 Hunt Club. This is Landon, and that's my wife, and we are just here to observe.
Oh, so
And-
you're the owner of the house?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, hi.
Do you want to say anything, Landon?
Hi.
Hi. Good to have you here. Thank you for listening into this and then being with us since this morning. So members of the committee, we had the owner here just observing, and we heard the applicant as well. There's no one in opposition. But just, I guess I left you, but just a quick response. Did you speak with your neighbors, with your adjacent neighbors, and they have no concerns with what you're proposing? Okay.
Yeah, we went around and we spoke to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got their signatures and their approval, and everyone seems to be in support
Yes.
of this project.
Okay, so we do have on the agenda a petition of support that you gathered, and we've looked at it, and looks good. Okay. On that note, any further questions or deliberations? All right, so I take the matter into committee. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you very much for coming here. Committee members, what are your thoughts?
I'll
Go ahead, Member Taylor.
share some of my thoughts. I can move into a motion if need be, or if it's agreeable to my colleagues. I guess, looking at these applications on paper for the first time and then reading the rest of the materials and listening to agents, your opinions changed. And mine did on this one. I was quite agreeable with the planning staff that the FSI and the lot coverage were excessive, but I just looked up and down the street on Google Instant Street View, and this clearly is a street in transition. What's being proposed here, I see as being very similar to the current trend of new builds in this area. I was also quite impressed with the lack of neighbor opposition and tremendous support from neighbors. So I've come to the conclusion that, in my opinion, this is a very reasonable, appropriate project. And I guess I'll just pause for a minute. I can just quickly ramp up and go into a motion.
Member Macaulay?
Member Macaulay?
Yeah.
I will just add to that. Yes, I came in here with a different opinion as well. But looking at it, and especially having the owners in the audience who sat and took the time to appear, certainly changed my attitude to a more positive approach here.
And I just want them to know that having their son waving at me bears no influence on my decision.
It influenced me, actually. the little guy waving.
So
may I, colleagues,
Sorry,
move to
can I,
motion?
please?
I'm sorry.
Just add one thing. It's just very emotional for us too. This was a very challenging year for us, and so it's just, this is tremendous news. So that's all I wanted to add.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
I'm satisfied the variances being requested meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval without any conditions.
Member Macaulay?
I'll second that approval.
All right, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the next item on the agenda, and that is item 17, 90 Ellington Drive. I do note that there are no registered speakers, but I want to check with the members of the audience here. Anyone here for 90 Ellington Drive? See none, okay. Let's move on to bringing in Edward Bajaj. Edward is the agent. Okay, hello, Edward, are you with us?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
committee members, my name is Edward Begay.
I'm the agent for the owners of 90 Ellington Drive.
Okay, thank you, Edward. As I mentioned, there are no
You're welcome.
members in the audience to speak or registered. Do you have any quick comments at this time, or would you like to present?
However you want. I see that it's been a long time going with few cases, so I want to cut short. If you want to have questions or you want me a presentation, short one, I think the application is straightforward. I use the zoning waiver because we don't have yet till after 5 months zoning. But you can see there is the three only, for me, small variances.
Okay, I can see
You
that.
want me to present or you just
No,
wanna-
no,
Yeah.
no, I'm not asking you to present, but if there is any questions from the committee members, we'll let you know. So committee members, do you have any questions? Yes, Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question from Andrew. I have some concerns on the variance number 1, which is about the lot coverage from 33% to 59%. And I was looking at the material you provided for justification of that. It says perhaps the 33%, if you maintain that lot coverage 33%, it's going to negatively impact the functionality of the building. So could you elaborate on that?
Sorry, Mohammed, which one are you looking at?
It's a,
I don't see.
oh, sorry.
We don't have a lot coverage.
Is the 18?
Number 17.
Oh, sorry.
We're looking at
17.
My apologize to Madam Chair. Thank you.
No, no problem.
Thank you for correction.
No
I just skipped that.
No problem, no problem. Just checking again, any committee members, any questions? So this is 90 Ellington Drive, 3 variances. Actually, the purpose of the application is to construct interior alterations only, Member Said, rear and
You're
floor
right.
addition and a secondary suite, and that is triggering 3 variances. For the height of the building of the structure, the maximum height permitted is 9.05, being proposed is 9.4, so a little over a foot, I would say 18 inches roughly. And then the floor space index going from 214 to 277 square meters. And then the maximum height of soffit of the eaves overhangs. There's some overhang there. Again, from 6.5 to 6.9, okay?
Perfect. Yeah.
If there are no further questions, I would just confirm with Edward. Edward, we received recommendations from Urban Forestry. There's a condition. Have you had a chance to review the condition?
Yeah, we have reviewed, I and the owners, and we agree with that. We have no problem. We're going to follow up with application.
Okay, thank you for that. So on that note, I would like to take the matter into committee. Committee members, is there a motion for this application?
I can note that.
Member Said can go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my apologies again. Once again, I skipped the item, actually. Madam Chair, to me, the variances before the committee, these are minor and appropriate. I put forward motion for approval of item number 17 on our agenda, and this approval is subject to Urban Forestry condition number 2.
Okay, thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, go ahead.
Yes, I'll second that motion to approve, Madam Chair, with that condition.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to item 18 now. Item 18 is 1731 Lawrence Avenue East. There are no registered neighbors to speak on this application. I do have the agent and the owner and a staff member who's probably registered to see if, to speak if there's any questions. So I will, is there anybody in the audience here for 1731 Lawrence Avenue East? There's no one here. Okay. So can we please have the agent, Andrew Shields? Okay. Hello, Andrew, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
So my name is Andrew Shields from Scott Fields Architects, authorized agent for this project. Address is 317 King Street West.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. So we did receive a information report from community planning. There have and we have not received any concerns or memos from any other department. We did receive letters of support. We have received your submission as well. I just want to confirm with staff, there is no registered speaker, correct? Just the agent and the owner?
Through the chair, there is I guess the acting director of community planning is registered as a speaker.
They would like to speak?
I'm not sure if they're on the line, but can I ask one of the members of my team to confirm if they're registered?
The reason why I ask is I typically would not, but in our notes, it said there's one speaker, so I wasn't sure.
Yes, Renrick Ashby is registered as a speaker.
Okay. So I just want to make sure.
Can the WebEx host, can they confirm whether Renrick is registered?
Through the chair, Renrick is not online.
Okay, we'll
Thank you.
proceed. Okay, thank you for that. So thank you, Andrew, for your submission. Committee members, any questions on this application? This is 1731 Lawrence Avenue East, and it's to permit the construction of a 7-story residential building with below-grade parking. There are residential rental units and on-site care. There's 3 variances that are being requested for lot coverage, building height, and maximum stories of the building. It's on the screen. Any questions for Andrew? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is about the lot coverage, variance number 1, and I would like to hear the clarifications from the owner while justifying a proposed lot coverage of 59% as against allowed, which is 33%.
Yes, thank you for your question. In terms of the lot coverage, I think there's a couple of important points. One is that we're not asking for variances on any of the setbacks anywhere, in the front, the rear, or any of the side setbacks. We're complying, and actually in the case of the front and the rear setback, we're exceeding both of those setbacks. So there's somewhere a disconnect in the zoning bylaw between the setbacks and the zoning coverage, if we can comply with one but not with the other. We'd also note that the existing buildings immediately to the east of our site, our building is a very similar footprint. In fact, I think we are slightly larger rear setback than that building is. And in terms of the operation of the building, this building is for Good Shepherd Ministries. The owner is on the line as well and is happy to speak if need be. The purpose of this building is to provide 95 affordable assisted living units for people in the homeless community. And part of that is that there will be communal dining facilities on the ground floor to serve these residents. In order for us to provide space for all the services that we need in the building that are required under the bylaw, such as loading areas and driveways and so forth, and still have enough space to provide for a communal dining area and kitchen space, we've kept that coverage as small as we possibly could. But 59% is really the minimum we can go to before the functionality of the ground floor starts to be really impacted. This was something that we had conversations with councillor about and did make subsequent revisions to the building, whereas from the second floor up, the building was reduced in size, so it just left the ground floor of the building having the coverage of 59%, with the upper floors being reduced in, and it was a design move that the councillor was happy to support.
Okay, Member Said.
Yeah, thank you very much to the speaker for providing me these details, but I would like to have further clarifications on that. Let me go back to my question, like the functionality of the building with 33% lot coverage is not possible. So I would ask you to give me more details on that. Of course, you are asking for 59%. So what is that which was preventing you to go back to 33%? That is one question. I will ask you a question which is not a variance, and I am not worried about that, but just for sake of clarity, what is the parking situation or parking numbers in this building? I understand you have 95 residential rental units. So how many parking spots are provided there?
So yeah, we're providing parking in line with zoning requirements. So there's 10 parking spaces provided. Being honest, we don't really see those being used. These are not the residents of this building that the Good Shepherd will be housing are not people who will likely have vehicles that will be parked in this building. So the 10 vehicle parking spaces are really for staff and for visitors to the building.
There's no variance requested, right? They meet the parking area.
No, there's no variance for the parking. No.
Okay. Okay.
And
thank you, Madam
sorry,
Chair.
was there another? Okay, thank you.
And sorry, Madam Chair, a second question, if I can ask
Sure.
about the trees. I don't see again there is any urban forestry condition, but I was looking at the site and there are trees. There is a report. There's a couple of trees has to be removed.
So, just so you know, this is going through the planning approvals. And typically, I'm not suggesting all the time, typically those requirements of landscaping, urban forestry are dealt through site plan process. So it may have already been taken care of or being discussed with that process. It's gone through the information report. Sorry, the information report does suggest that it has gone through 2 rounds of circulation within the internal departments and agencies. Sorry, Andrew, I didn't mean to cut you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I'm sorry. If you wanted me to clarify that, I can further, but I think you've clarified it already. Thank you.
Okay, Member McKay had a question.
Yes, thanks. Just for further clarification, in addition to the residential rental units, are there then going to be social services as well? I don't know whether that's going to be in the ground floor or whatever, but there are some types of sort of care services. Would those be also also sharing that in that building?
Yes, there will be social services provided for the residents of the building. So we have designed in communal spaces on each floor of the building where there will be facilities for therapy and for counselling of residents as well, and a further communal area on the 7th floor of the building that will also be used to support those services. But it will be for the residents of the building.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Okay.
Thank you, Member McKay. Thanks, Andrew. Any further questions? I do note that this is a very important project for the city. It's affordable housing project. Nonetheless, I mean, we still have to review the application for us, but I just want to make sure that the objective of this project is very important and integral to the city. Okay. If there are...
The owner is available.
Sure, go ahead.
Like to speak, the owner is available and happy to speak about sort of the goals of the Good Shepherd and the intended use of the building. If that is required, the owner is available.
Sorry, I didn't catch the initial part. Does the owner want to speak?
If you would like to have the owner speak, he's on the line and can certainly give you some further background on the organization and the intended use of the building.
Sure.
Okay, so I did see a nod from one of the committee members. They would like to hear from the owner as well, please. Can we have
Madam Chair? Yes, Madam Chair and committee members, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Aklilu Wondafuro. I am the Executive Director of Good Shepherd Ministries. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
All right. Good. Thank you very much. Again, for those of you who may not be familiar with Good Shepherd, we are a social service and health service provider who are led by the Brothers of St. John of God. We have been operating out of 412 Queen Street East in downtown Toronto for the last 60 years, 60. We've been providing support to people in poverty, people who are dealing with food insecurity. We've helped thousands of people to find housing and stabilize themselves in the community. So we come to this project with 60 years and plus experience running effective, efficient social services and housing projects that have a major social impact in society. We're looking forward to this thing. As you know, the housing crisis in Toronto is very severe. There's uh, it's becoming progressively even worse from day to day. Low-income Torontonians, particularly those with fixed income, such as seniors, have faced the utmost challenge of the housing crisis. Home ownership is simply out of reach for many seniors, as you know, in Toronto. Rising rents force seniors to choose between housing, having a decent to live in, and putting food on their table. As a result, increasing number of seniors are becoming homeless. Latest study, for example, in 2021, shows that about 37% of the city's uh, uh, homeless population are seniors, 55 and above. And there was another study in 2018 that shows out of the 14,000 people who have registered for supported housing, 23% were seniors. So our housing project on 1731 is really designed to address this crisis. We create housing and support for low-income seniors 55 years and older, 95 units, fully accessible 100%, and it will take all genders. We'll be accepting all genders. The building will be having 24 hours support to make sure that care is provided to residents who need it. So it really enhance the quality of life of residents or seniors. The building will also have wide communal dining room, which will also be accessible for the community around 1731 Lawrence Avenue East to run different activities. So we will make that facility accessible to residents. This new supportive housing will also have positive contribution to the immediate neighborhood uh, economy, economy in terms of economy. If our plan goes forward, we will hire up to 60 employees, including care providers and social workers who will be working in that building. This will create immense opportunity for those living in the neighborhood in terms of employment. Employees and the 95 residents will also spend money on local businesses, including restaurants, coffee shops, variety stores, and things like that, which will really add to the economic development of the neighborhood. As I indicated earlier, this is a permanent housing, not a transitional project or something like that. It is a permanent housing, vulnerable, low-income seniors, 55 years and above. As you know, and I'm sure you agree, our seniors deserve a place they can call home, where they can age with dignity. This new development will be one of such places. I ask for your support to approve this minor variance and allow us to proceed with to create greater opportunity for for seniors, particularly with the housing and support. Thank you, and I appreciate you giving me the time.
Okay, thank you, Aklilu, for taking the time to speak with us. This certainly it's a great contribution to our city, this project, and we appreciate your passion towards it as well. Members of the committee, any questions, any comments? Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to share my comments. Thank you to to Mr. Aklilu for your elaborations. That's really that was a very good reassurance that the project is in safe hand and you are taking care of the future residents there. And there is it's very good to know that there is a 24-hour on-site care. I'm really glad, and this project is, of course, we need that affordable housing in the area. So thank you very much for your elaboration.
Okay, thank you. So on this note,
Pleasure. Thank you.
I would say that if there are no further comments, can I please have a motion on this application? Member Singh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of this application, and I don't see
There's no condition.
there is no conditions to that. Yeah.
Okay, so can I have a seconder? Member Macaulay?
Madam Chair, I will second this, and I also second Mr. Sayed's comments, and thanks to the speakers for adding the additional information about this proposed use.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So, I guess this brings us to our consent applications now on the agenda. So the first application for consent with associated minor variance application is for 151 Mayborn Avenue. Before we proceed with the agent, and I see Mr. Jurusik's on his way to the podium, I want to confirm that the members of the public in the audience, whoever's here to speak either in support or in opposition, I would request them to come and sit at the front. So anyone here in favor or in opposition to 151 Mayborn Avenue? Okay. Whoever wishes to speak, please come here. While they're being seated, I just wanted to confirm that there's one neighbor who's registered online to speak with us, but we'll get to them after we've had a chance to speak with all those available here. So have a seat and I will call on you when we're ready. So 151 Mayborn Avenue, agent, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Druzek. I'm with Arc Design Group. I wanted to come back to this inaugural meeting. It's been a while since I've seen you guys, but you haven't seen me for a while, so online. But it's great to be before you again. We're here before you here for an application for 151 Mayborn Avenue. This is a pocket of Scarborough that has been before the committee many times. I want to read just a little section from the More Homes Built Faster Act of 2022, where Ontario is taking the actions to complete, to build around historical expansions of transit and transit major hubs. And this area here, we're proposing for the division of the lands into two single detached dwellings, and it is located just south of St. Clair and walking distance to the Victoria Park subway area. We know there's been a lot of changes, especially in the last year, from the province to the municipality as well in terms of increasing density, meeting this housing crisis that we have. The application before you is not much different from the applications that have been before you in this neighborhood in the past. Many of them myself I presented before you. I have my clients here who are the owners of 151 Mayborn. Their father had lived in the property himself for a year, and they're now looking to build these two dwellings themselves, and they want to move in to the neighborhood. The applications themselves, most of the severances, the lot areas, lot frontages are very self-explanatory. Our side yard setbacks is 0.9. However, the 0.45, we are adhering to the 0.9 to the existing neighbors, and the request for the 0.42 side yard setbacks are only between the two new dwellings, so it's not impacting the existing neighbors that are there. The other issue I'd say would probably want to just draw a highlight to is the 47.5% coverage. That includes the deck in the back. When you subtract the deck in the back, the actual building coverage is 40%, but due to how the definitions go, they're including the deck in the back, so that's why the coverage at 47.5. All the remaining variances are very much in line with, I know precedence is not an issue, but it is what we were looking at in the neighborhood. I just want to draw attention to, I did a quick little study, that zoning map that we have in there, we see three main streets there. To the left we have Pitt, Mayborn, and then Westbourne, just on that image there. And in that area, there are over 10 severance applications that have already been granted in that area of very similar nature. This is a very dynamic neighborhood. I'm sure the committee here is well aware of this areas here. And just behind us on Westburn, we have four in a row that are being built now and severed. This is a very influential area, great area. My clients here themselves have been, we're a teacher in this neighboring school, in this community, and is well aware of all the areas. They want to move into this area, knowing that that it's a very diverse and dynamic neighborhood. I believe there is we had some letters of support. I know there's also a petition that we're against, but as you can see with the letters of support, out of all my clients in the past, they have been champions in terms of visiting their neighbors, getting support out there, and we've had numerous letters of support. Even two people who signed the petition against, after meeting with the clients, had written actually letters to remove their names for the petition opposition and in letters of support. So when we look up and down this neighborhood here, my clients who want to move in the neighborhood did their all to talk to the neighbors and to get as much support as they can for the community, to allow them to fulfill their dream and move into this community as well. I know there's some, if there's any questions from the committee, I'm willing to entertain it now.
Thank you, Peter, for that. Members of the committee, any questions for Peter? Yes, Member Macaulay, go ahead.
It's not a question so much as a comment. Peter, you've been in front of our committee many times. You generally provide a very good letter of rationale as to why you're asking for whatever you're asking for in terms of variances. I noticed that a number of other applicants also provide us with good letters and provide us with a map showing where other lots of the same size have been created in the area. Often I'm going to look at these plans and I'm looking at what is in the area, but the maps that are in front of us may not be the most up-to-date. So in future, it would be helpful to the committee if you were able to provide that type of information.
That's fine. Yeah, a good note. I could say on this plan before you, in the map before you, directly behind us at the corner of Westburn and Bowes, 138, 140, 142, those are all been recently severed. Across the street at 151 have been severed, and up and down Westburn and Pitt. I did it just in those 3 blocks right there. I did a count from the original 48 lots that were there originally in those 3 kind of blocks between Pitt and Bexhill. Bexhill's cut off there. There's 48 original lots. There will be, if this is granted in itself, there would be over 10 applications that have been granted just over in the last 4 or 5 years. Just within those 3 blocks, south of St. Clair, north of, I think it's Bowes, or forget the name of the south, but then I know it's Pitt, Mayborn, and West. So that's almost 20% of those lots have been granted for severances.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further questions before we go to the neighbors? Okay. So we can park questions if you have. You can come back later. So thank you, Peter, for your submission. The owners still want to speak, right? Okay, perfect. So we are going to now come to our members here in the audience. So would you like to go first, sir? So I have Satish McCall. Are you Satish, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, please.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Satish McCall and I live at 152 Mayborn Avenue. And my submission is as under. I am also representing my next door neighbors, Haksang Kim, a resident of 150. Ifat Shams, resident of 144 Mayborn Avenue. Veronica, resident of 136 Mayborn Avenue. Akhtar Hussain, resident of 130 Mayborn Avenue. we very strongly, okay, we very strongly oppose these applications for the proposed development of property at 151 Mayborn Avenue. This property as proposed will be sphered into two undersigned residential lots. The tiny, taller, and ugly-looking two single dwellings shall be constructed on these lots. The proposed lot area and lot frontages are not comparable with the predominant existing lot sizes in our neighborhood. The minor variances do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan and as well as of the zoning bylaw. Requested variances are not desirable for appropriate development of the land. Kindly refer to minor variance number 4 in particular. Permitted area of coverage as per the official plan is 33%, and the proposed area of 47.55 will be more by 44% of the total coverage of the lot area. This increase of 44% is not a slight deviation and hence does not fit into the category of minor variances. Similar applications were filed with Committee of Adjustments in the past by the property owner of the numbers 152 Mayborn Avenue, 157 Mayborn Avenue, and 158 Mayborn Avenue. These applications were rejected and recorded by the Committee of Adjustments. And in this way, the original existing physical character of the neighborhood is maintained. Moreover, TLAB also rejected an appeal from house number 157 Mayborn Avenue. Apparently, it is clear that authorities as well as residents in the community don't want to see these ugly-looking tiny tall tube houses in our neighborhood. These developments, if not stopped, will directly have a devastating effect. Neighbors' privacy will be at stake. These taller tiny buildings will be overshadowing and overlooking the neighbors' properties. The increase in density will affect our quality of life as well as existing infrastructure will not stand with the increased load. Allowing these types of developments will certainly destabilize the neighborhood. We confirm that not even a single structure, like proposed houses exist in our neighborhood from Baxter Avenue to St. Clair East and West sides. The predominant character of our neighborhood is wider lots with generous front yard landscaping. Out of 47 residential lots on Mayborn Avenue, between St. Clair Avenue and Bolster Avenue, 41 lots meet or exceed the minimum lot frontage required by the zoning bylaw. Development in established neighborhoods must respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhoods, including in particular size and configuration of lot, height, massing, scale, and dwelling type of nearby residential properties, prevailing patterns of rear and side yard setbacks, and landscape opens with no changes should be made through rezoning, minor variance, consent, or other public action that are out of keeping with physical character of the neighborhood. The proposed small and longer structures will be tallest with 1 meter extra higher grade level. These houses will be overlooking and overshadowing the entire neighborhood. We do not see any reason to support the proposed development of land. We therefore request the Committee of Adjustment to respect and enforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood and refuse this application. Madam Chair and members, please save our neighborhood from destabilization by refusing these applications. Madam Chair, whatsoever stated forthwith, kindly consider the development as not desirable for the community and refuse this application for consent as well as for minor variances. Thank you for supporting the community. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCall. Members of the committee, any questions for Mr. McCall? See none? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your submission today. I do note that we did receive your written correspondence as well, and that's on the agenda. Thank you. Our next speaker is Lyle Friedrich Gordon Sanders. Is that yourself, sir? Okay.
Yes. It's Lyle Frederick, yes. Gordon Sanders.
Okay. Perfect.
Hello. So I only became aware of the proposal at a time when I was on my way over to visit my neighbor, Satish. And actually, it just happened as I was on my way over to visit with Satish. The people who are the owners of the property approached me and asked me if I would sign a consent to them making changes. And we had some discussion about what the reasons were, why it was that they wanted to make the changes, having a dwelling for father and for son and family. And my suggestion to them was, rather than splitting into two pieces the property, which I find very undesirable, especially in the neighborhood, the houses tend to look like just boxes that they look like cardboard boxes. So I suggested to them a better idea would be to build an ensuite, in-laws suite at the bottom part. So we discussed about that a little bit, and they said, okay, well, we haven't really made our decision yet, so yeah, maybe that we could do that. So I signed with it, but it doesn't seem like that is their intention at all. The intention definitely is to make these two separate buildings. The gentleman who's the agent, a couple of things that he spoke of sort of rubbed me in the wrong way when people suggest things that are not necessarily so. It sort of annoys me. And this is not within walking distance of the Victoria Park subway. It's not walking distance to that. Yes, it is walking distance to TTC. There's no doubt about that, and it is a very good area. I have to say, as far as transportation goes, there's lots of buses, and it's a good place for families. But I don't see that this change here is necessary, and I don't see that it's under the idea. I know that part of the plan for the city is to make sure that there's affordable housing, and there's been discussion about that. I'll talk about that later. These houses that are being built are actually costing more money. They're costing more money than what they could even be sold for. I know that my next door neighbor just recently built one of these houses very similar to this, although not as tall, and they're trying to sell the second unit and they can't. It's the amount of money that they can get for it is less than the amount of money it costs them to build it. So, and as I say, that issue will come up later. I as Satish has said, as one of the neighbors, find that this is really not appropriate for the area. It's this creep that's happening. There's lots of places to if you want to build that type of building, there's lots of places that could be done. I think that in keeping in with the feel of the neighborhood, to have another house that's there that looks to belong to the area is a much more appropriate idea than having, as I say, a cardboard box house that just towers over everything. And I've got to mention this later. Yertle, you know the story of Yertle the turtle? Go higher and higher and higher, so I can survey all around. So everything I survey, I see I own. It's just going higher and higher doesn't seem to be appropriate for the area. Even the apartment buildings that are farther down the street, this will be taller than them. So anyway, I also ask that you consider that this is not appropriate, and maybe the idea would be that they rethink the idea and come up with a better solution. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. We did receive your written submission as well. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for the speaker?
Sorry. I didn't mean to
No, that's okay. If there was any question, I would have called you again, but I don't see any questions here. Okay, so thank you for taking the time, Mr. Satish and Mr. Lyle, to come and speak with us and also submit your written correspondence. It's appreciated. So I will now call upon the agent, Peter, to come back and respond to the concerns that have been raised. Essentially, what I've heard is if they have concerns with the proposed consent.
Yeah.
So explain to us and the speakers why you think it's appropriate.
Absolutely. The first speaker was from 152 Mayboard. He said he's representing, and he listed off 4 addresses.
Sorry, my apologies. Sorry to interrupt. We also have a registered speaker.
Oh, my apologies for that.
Online.
Sorry,
okay.
My
Peter.
apologies.
No problem.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you for. Sorry, Peter. I'll call you back.
That's quite all right.
Okay, so, and this is what happens in the hybrid. So we're going to go to our speaker who has registered to speak with us online, and that's George. George, are you with us?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Sorry for missing you, but I'm glad staff pointed out to me. So
No,
here you
that's
go.
okay.
You have your 5 minutes, sir. Please tell us what your concerns are.
Thank you so much. So my name is George Nico. I am the owner of 157 Mayborn Avenue, actually just a couple houses down from 151. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I'm going to just start off by simply stating our full support for the split and evolution of the neighborhood. And when I say our full support, I mean me and my family. We've been a part of this neighborhood for over 5 years now, and we've continued to see it develop, grow, and evolve into a modernized community that can accept more families in a more dense neighborhood. I have myself personally reached out to members of the community going door to door, and I've spoken to them about these changes that are happening. An overwhelmingly number of community members, around 90% out of I think 91 people that I spoke to or so, are in favor of this change. This variance application is also no different than other proposals that have been approved in the recent years in the surrounding streets, including Westbourne, Bexhill, Pitt, and even on Mayborn Street itself. This application is in line with the recent rules and changes to Toronto housing, including the direction to increase our community density so we can actually house people in our city. Our city is getting more and more expensive to live in, and we need to do something to ease that. I understand these applications have been denied in the past before Toronto actually had released the new housing rule. We have a major housing crisis in our city, and it's the main reason that these rules have been released in the first place. Denying this request again would seem like we're going against Toronto's new density rules that have been proposed to help solve this crisis. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, George. Any questions for George? All right, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Okay, so now, Peter.
I think you made some of my arguments for me. Regarding, as I was saying, 152 to Mayborn across the street had a petition mentioning 4 names he's speaking in support of, but my client has since submitted letters from them saying they're withdrawing their petition and in support of it. 157, George from 157 was correct in speaking about the density issues. The 2 of the variances we have here are regarding height that we're looking at. With these new bylaw that came out regarding the density issues, all we have to do as a client, I can advise them to say make it a duplex, and those height variances are now eliminated based on this new variances. They want to maintain it as a single detached dwelling for themselves and for their parents, so they're maintaining that. In terms of costing, as the neighbor has spoken about, I understand if this was a business model where they're trying to make profits, and I'd advise a client will take a look at the market conditions. If you're going to build it now, they're building it for themselves. So in terms of a value of a project is individually on what they look at the value of the project themselves. And for them, it is valuable for them to build this house for their family. And so that's the cost issue's not there. Walking distance, if anybody looks at a map, they'll see at the foot of Mayborn is the ravine, and then the crossing to the subway system for that. This neighborhood is a great neighborhood. I've been up and down this neighborhood for the last 5-6 years. Yes, about 8-10 years ago, we were pioneers in this neighborhood in terms of slowly moving through there. 157 did speak, and it was mentioned here that it was appealed and lost that appeal. It did not lose that appeal. We never appealed it. I worked on 157 Mayborn application itself there, and it was about 7-8 years ago where it was denied here when it was in its infancy of this neighborhood, but my client did not want to appeal at that time. Any appeals that have gone through, I think there was only one appeal across from the park that was denied for TLAB, but directly behind, not directly, just behind us on Westbourne on 140, there was an application that was denied, and it was upheld at TLAB, and it is now being built. And there's about 3 or 4 applications recently in the last 3 years that, even though they requested the severances, some were appealed by neighbors, approved by committee, appealed by neighbors back then, and one at TLAB. So as the record stands, and as anybody would go see up and down this neighborhood, it is in transition. It's a dynamic neighborhood, great neighborhood, and I've known many of the people in that areas and have been work on applications, and have stuff in the future that I know are coming up. This is a neighborhood that is very desirable. Families are coming in there. New families love it. I've spoken to many people in that area who've bought houses, and they like the dynamic nature of this neighborhood. So if there's any other questions from committee, I'm willing to answer them.
Any questions from the committee? I need one clarification, Peter. On the variance applications, there's 2 variances for the height, but they're both 2013 bylaw.
So the new bylaw just came out, I believe it was a few months ago,
Oh,
about the triplex, right?
Oh,
About the duplex, triplex, fourplex that the city just adopted. This was before the zoning notice came out, right? If we name this a duplex under that new bylaw that came out, height can go up to 9 meters for flat roof. That is part of that new bylaw that came out. I don't have a copy of it with me here.
Understood, but here, right now, there's 2 variances, sorry, and maybe this is just my, I'm getting confused here. There's the height of the main.
So one's wall height
The main walls and the building.
and building height. So because it's a flat roof, the flat roof, if, for example, if they call it a duplex, that variance is gone. We're allowed to go 9 meters. If under the new bylaw, the wall height can go to 7.5. So we're still requesting the 0.2. We would still have to come back for the 0.29, but when we read main wall heights could be 7.5, and we're requesting 7.79, for example. But the building height itself, under this new bylaw, is 9 meters for flat roofs allowed.
For duplexes.
For duplexes, not for singles. So all we have to do is say we're going to put a basement apartment and call it a duplex, and it would eliminate a few variances.
I appreciate that, but what's before us is not a duplex. So even in the zoning bylaw, the duplex could go up to 9, but a single detached would not.
Correct. They haven't made the decision to make a duplex, but even after this, they can want to legalize the basement apartment. They have a right to do that now under this new bylaw.
Okay. Why the large lot coverage?
It's 40%, but they included the deck. So the large deck in the back, because we have we're having a staircase to the basement to make it like a walk-up basement, and the foundation to create that the porch in the bottom, they included that in the coverage. If we eliminated that rear staircase and just had the deck that's not covered, and we eliminated that bottom patio out of the basement, it would have been 40%. But because we made that rear patio in the back in the lower level, which I did on Pitt as well, and it was the owners of the property really loved that functionality to go down into the basement and have a nice full walkout there in the basement. That's why it's 47.
And you're not asking for any FSI increase?
No FSI, no front yard, no side yard, and again, no rear yard. The side yard is only between our 2 new houses. But for the existing houses, we're maintaining and respecting the 0.9 bylaw of meters. And just to note, the neighbor to the north of us had written a letter of support as well, 153. They are in support of our application. They're directly to the north of us.
Okay, so it's just between the 2 new houses. Okay, committee members, any questions? None? Okay, so we're gonna take the matter into committee now, unless someone has a pressing question before I go. Okay, thank you, Peter, for your comments. any submission, and thank for all the speakers who came and spoke with us today and advised us of their concerns. So taking the matter into committee now. Committee members, any thoughts, any comments? Member Taylor, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, a couple of comments. I'm looking at the location map that was part of the package, and I also looked up and down this street on my friend Google Street View. My concern with this is the lot pattern on this street, north and south of this subject property, and on the other side of the street, the lots all appear to be around 12 meters or more. I guess this one's 15, as would be the one to the south. Anyway, the bottom line is the proposed lot pattern, in my mind, in this immediate vicinity is inconsistent. And typically when that happens, and it's happening here, in order to build a reasonable sized modern home on a smaller lot, you must have variances. And when we look at the effect of the variances, we end up with tall houses. They have a street impression of being 3 stories. They're narrow because the lots are narrow. The side yard between the 2 proposed new homes is extremely tight. I think the typical rationale for that is, well, they're brand new houses. People know what they're buying when they move in. But I don't accept that as an excuse, because I really think a 0.9 or a 1 or a 1.2 side yard is important for access, maintenance, safety, everything else. So I guess I'm saying I can't support this application. I can't support the consent because I don't believe the lot pattern is similar to the other lots on the street, and I can't support the variances because I think it results in houses that are too narrow, too tall, with an inadequate side yard. Those are my comments.
Any further comments? Can I just ask a follow-up question to your comment, Member Taylor? You mentioned lot fabric, and there is a variety of lot areas in this area, right?
Well, there are 2 behind and 1 south.
Right.
But by and large, just looking at this pattern, the
It's
way
still
I see this
consistent.
pattern,
Mhm.
this existing lot is compliant with what's around it, and splitting it in half, in my mind, is not.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. Well, I know there are some smaller lots.
Popping up.
There's a couple of exceptions, but 90%, I would say, are lots of this size.
Okay. Any other comment, members? No? Okay. So if there are no further comments, can I have a motion on this application then? Do you want to go?
Okay, yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to move to refuse the consent on the grounds that the proposed lots are incompatible in terms of frontage and area with the lots in the immediate context. And I'm going to move refusal of the minor variances on grounds that they do not meet any of the 4 tests under the Planning Act.
Okay. And is there a seconder on this application? Oh, sorry, on the motion? Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I will second that motion for both the consents and the variances.
Okay. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been refused. Thank you for taking the time, everyone, to speak with us. We now move on to our next application, and that is application number 20. And that would be address 1 to 121 Lockley Drive.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify, was that unanimous?
Yes, that was unanimous.
Okay.
I asked you if you wanted to speak. You said you would want your agent to speak. No, we don't allow that. That's the protocol. It's only the agent, yeah. Okay, so item 20 is 121 Lochleven Drive. And before I go to the agent, can I confirm here in the audience, is there anyone here who is in support or in opposition to Lochleven Drive? I see none. Okay, so we are going to go to our agent, Yasu Somalingam.
Yes, Madam Chair and the committee, my name is Yaso Somalingam. I'm the authorized agent on this application. This is basically two single-family residential lots and convert that into 4 lots. The site is located very closer to the Kingston Road, which is a major artery which has all the all the transportation facilities and so on. And the south of this lot has condo townhouses, and also the rear of the lot also has condo townhouses. And the opposite of this lot has a mixture of single-family homes as well as semi-detached homes. And the whole Lochleven Street has all different size lots, starting from 24 feet and so on. There are a number of lots at 24, number of lots at 25, and majority of lots on 30 feet. And there are some lots even more than 30 feet. And this street has, the neighborhood has lots of semi-detached homes as well. So we had this application in the past, and then the planning department wanted to defer this application and reduce the number of variances and the configuration. So we worked with the planning department. Not only with the planning department, we also work with the engineering department of how the services can be done and how the road access can be done. And we went through in detail of all this work, and a proper professional service and drawings were done, checking with the availability of this sanitary storm water lines on the street. Actually, basically, it's an intensification of a lot similar to what's happening in the neighborhood. But since it's being surrounded by townhouses and some other commercial and apartment buildings in the neighborhood, it's and also the type of the shape of the lot is kind of it's not a straight rectangular shaped lots. It's a triangular shaped lot as well as a little bit of odd shaped lot there. So we came up with the solution of having the front the lot frontage varies different with a minimum of 30 feet and up. And also the lot areas also something very closer to what's required in the by the zoning bylaw. So the between the lot, if you look at the first drawing, the first lot number 1, you can see that the side yard setback was provided with 1.2 meter, which is required by the bylaw. And then the other side, the side yard setback was 0.6 meters, which is to the new lot which is going to be created. But even though the lot number 2 has 1.2 meters, so having said that, what I'm trying to say here is that between the houses, we maintain the minimum of 1.8 meters between the houses, which is more than what on any new creation of lots. And this number of variances were there because the front yard setback is measured with 10.44 as per the citywide new bylaw, which is the lot on the north side, which is 10.44 meters. So there are a number of variances triggered because of that. None of the lots were reduced or less than 6 meters, which is all zoning bylaw requirement. So all these front yard setbacks are more than 6 meters. And actually, it's gradually staggering such a way that if you look at, if you can post that grading plan, so that shows all 4 lots and how the house is being tried to stagger from that house on the north towards the south.
Okay, so is that it, Yasu?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's basically it.
Okay, all right. Members of the committee, any questions for Yasu? None? Oh, Member Gary, go ahead, please.
Yes, if we could just go back to your draft reference plan of survey. I wonder if we could just go through the parts and you could outline like which parts are forming the lot. As I understand it, you'll be creating 4 lots in total.
Yeah, so part 1 and part 2 is original 1 lot.
Okay.
Part 3, part 4, part 5 in original 2nd lot. So out of the, I'm sorry, part 1, part 2, part 3 are original 1 lot. So we are taking, I'm sorry. Part 1 and part 2 are the original 1 lot, and part 3, part 4, part 5 are the original 2nd lot. So what we are doing is the part 1 is completely created from the first lot, and part 2 and part 3, which is part 2 is form of the original 1 lot, and the part 3 is a small portion from the 2nd lot created in the 2nd lot. Then part 4 is completely created from the 2nd lot, and part 5 also completely created from the 2nd lot. So only the part 2 and part 3 are from original both lots and created into one. Because of the odd shapes, we are trying to get the frontages to the minimum 30 feet, and also the working with the rear yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, and sort of thing, and forming this lot. If you go to the grading drawings, that shows the whole combination how the lots are being done.
Which drawing is that, Yasu?
Grading plan,
grading.
civil drawings. Yeah.
Great. Oh,
The next one.
This is a busy plan.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay, this
no, the one before SGS 1.
Yeah, is that the civil drawings DP1 that you're referring to, Yaso?
Yeah, this is the same drawing what they have shown on the screen.
Okay.
It's a bit of a challenge dividing this lot to compromise the frontage as well as the lot areas. And with the help of the planning department, we could able to achieve this configuration. We were back and forth on the zoning comments and sort of thing. It's a little bit of tricky zoning comments we received on this.
Does that help you, Member McKay?
Yes, it does. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I don't think there was any staff report on this. I'm just checking.
There's no staff report on this.
Thank you.
Okay. So from 2 lots, there's 4 lots being created out of 5 parts.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a checkerboard, but okay. All right. If there are no further questions, and if there are, maybe we can park them for now and come back to it later. Let's proceed to the first registered neighbor who is registered to speak with us, and that would be Ken Patience. Is Ken with us?
Better.
20 Kingston Road, right beside number 1.
Yes, sir. Yes. So, Ken, you have 5 minutes, so please tell us what your concerns are with the application.
Yes, my concerns are I'm a member and board of directors for YCC 371. We have We have 30 units in our complex. It's the townhouses right beside number 1 Loch Leven Drive. We never received any notice whatsoever regarding this plan or any notice about anything. And we were very upset about it. Also, the other concerns that we have is that the owner that is presently owning the place has rented this place out, and we've had to deal with for 5 years partying, excessive noise, bonfires in the backyard, police coming to the location, and we're just concerned that this will continue on if this place has been broken up, demolished, and more places added in. Also, we're concerned that there'll be more extra traffic in the area. I have lived here for 15 years. I've lived, and the reason why I moved out here was that it was like living out in the country. It was peace and quiet. And ever since this owner has taken over, it's been anything but. So we are asking that the board go against this variance and stop it. I've also done a petition, which I've submitted to the board, of people that have gone around the neighborhood and who are also opposed to it for the same exact reasons. And also, with me living in the townhouse, if there is a 2-story structure, it will be blocking my view.
Okay, so Ken, may I ask you, how did you find out about this hearing then?
I happened to go walking by down Loch Leven, and I noticed the signs on the fencing, and that's how I became aware of it.
Okay, so you're one of the residents in one of the townhouses, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
I'm on the board of directors.
so you're suggesting that and then there's probably a condominium corporation?
Yes.
Okay, so the condominium never received a notification? They did?
No, we never did.
Okay, so staff is just confirming that the notice was sent out to the condominium corporation address, whatever that is on record, and it was sent out, so maybe it got lost in the mail or something, I'm not sure, but the notice was sent out.
I had phoned the city and they said they apologized and said that there wasn't any notice sent to us.
Okay, so I'm not sure who you spoke to at the city, but the staff here, the Committee of Adjustment staff, who are responsible for issuing notices, did confirm that the notice was sent out. So I'm not sure who you spoke to.
We have the 30 residents were never made aware of it.
Okay. All right, so staff is just checking again, but while I have you, so you have concerns with the proposed consent, which is the severance of the lots. You raised concerns about, I guess, property standards and, some vandalism on the property or, police or whatnot coming in. Those are the matters that are outside of the purview of our committee, so I will not be able to help you with that. But I'm certainly happy to take your comments into consideration as it relates to the proposed development. And then I understand that you're not in support of this proposed severance, correct?
That's correct. And also I've sent in a petition.
Yes.
To the Committee of Adjustment.
Yeah. So we do have that petition here. It was included in our agenda and we've had a chance to look at it, and it does include petition with all the signatures and everything. So thank you for taking the time to speak with us, and just give me a moment to check with staff. Staff, have you been able to confirm? Okay, just a few seconds.
Also, the other thing that we're concerned about is the trees that
Okay.
will be torn down.
Sure, okay. We do have, this application has been reviewed by Urban Forestry, and they have provided some comments as well, but I appreciate your comments, sir. So just give us a moment.
Through the chair, for under the Planning Act, notice is sent out to the registered owner of the properties within 60-meter radius. So it would have gone to the mailing address of the owner, not the condo corporation, but the owner, the property owner. And if that
We have the 30 owners.
I guess the address would be based on the mailing address of the condo corporation.
Yes, so that's what I mentioned. So it would have gone out to the condo corporation because there is no one owner, there's multiple owners.
Correct,
no?
yeah.
So it
It
depends
would
on
have
what
gone to the
address-
mailing address of the condo corporation.
So we have that and it was sent. It was sent to that mailing address, that whatever mailing address that we have on our record, the notification was sent.
It is my understanding that this was sent.
Okay. We'll go with it then. Okay. So thank you for your patience, Ken. It appears that the notices did go out in accordance with the requirements, and it was mailed out to the address for the condo corp. So we can, staff has confirmed that for us. So I'm not sure what happened and why it didn't reach the condo corp address, but in the city's records indicate that it was sent out. Okay, so we apologize for this, but I'm glad that you did see the notice on the property and you were able to garner the petition and appear today to speak with us. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there anyone else? I don't believe I have registered speakers. There's no one in the audience. So we can go back to Yasu. So Yasu, you heard the one of the neighbors. How would you like to respond, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. This proposed land is just next to the townhouse complex or the condo complex, which he is one of the board director there. So if you look at that, this is an immediate neighbor to them. So I'm not here proposing another condo building here. I'm proposing sizable lots here, which is coming to as a buffer between this townhouse condo complex and the single neighborhood, single detached homes and the semi-detached homes in the neighborhood. And also this kind of intensification, utilizing all the infrastructure available in the neighborhood, and especially being closer to Kingston Road with the heavy artery for the transportation system, as well as the sanitary, sewer, and water services available in the neighborhood. We already confirmed with the engineering department how this can be done. And pretty much we have done more footwork here before we coming to the community here. The planning department treated this project like a site plan application. So we have done all those necessary footwork before coming to here. Yes, there could be some issues with issues. I'm not sure. I couldn't able to verify with my client. So this is another solution to bring a small family neighborhood. There are small family members who are directly working in the neighborhood or working in the downtown Toronto to move there and have a family structure there similar to the townhouse condos there. So this renters and renters issues will be diminished. So I would say that these are the nice pockets which these type of development could happen. And and furthermore, all the variances we are asking are very minor in nature, and it meets all the four tests of the Planning Act. So, and regarding the transportation, we already dealt with the city, and this is regulates all the transportation. It's providing additional parking on the driveways, and it's creating more parking facilities, and then it's bringing four families to move into that houses and having a good lifestyle in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Yasu. Any comments for Yasu? Any questions? Okay. All right, thank you, Yasu. You are aware of all the conditions from urban forestry, ECS, and you have no concerns with this?
No, we are aware of that, and we are okay with those conditions. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so now we take the matter into committee. Committee members, are we ready for, to speak to the consent or put a motion forward? Do we want to do it separately for consents and then minor variance? Member Macaulay?
Madam Chair, if you can indulge me for a few minutes, I've kind of lost what we're doing here. We've got 5 parts moving into, I think, 4 units.
4 lots, yeah.
So can I request staff to pull up the survey plan on screen?
Or something that shows, I don't want to see each part, I want to see what is going to be the end result.
Yes.
Through the chair, we'll put up the draft reference plan, but basically what it is,
No, I think she wants to see the ultimate plans, which Yasu indicated were shown on the civil drawings, the lots.
Yeah.
So if you look at what's in the agenda, it's the survey plan, and then the part plan, the reference plan, and then there's no plan for houses. You actually have to go and look at the
minor variances.
Sorry?
And the minor variance applications.
Yes, and the minor variance application.
Yeah.
So if you can show, if staff, if you can bring up the survey first on the screen. I just want to walk Member Macaulay.
I'm also looking under the civil drawings, and there's a plan DP2, and that's showing the houses, the new units fronting on Lachlan Drive.
That's a good plan as well.
Yeah, not bad. Okay.
Thank you. When I look at this, I have some questions about the corner property on Loch Leven and Kingston Road. But overall, I'm just trying to figure out how they've meshed this development together.
So I don't know, I think staff is trying to bring it up. Until such time, maybe I can direct you to review. So on our agenda, Member Macaulay, if you go to the survey plan.
Yeah, I don't have that, Madam
Okay.
Chair. That's my problem. I've only got the city's computer.
Okay, all right. So this is the draft reference. So
Okay.
So one survey before this, not the draft reference, the survey plan, the one before. So here's that's it. So here's what's happening right now. There's 2 lots here. One is sort of the rectangular lot at the top, and then the other one is the triangular piece. So you can see a house on each of the properties. Okay? So then we go into the draft plan. Thank you. So now on this draft plan, what has happened is that the rectangular lot on the north side, that has been split into 2 parts, parts 1 and part 2. Okay? And then that rectangular lot has been split into 3 parts.
Right.
3, 4, and 5.
No.
Okay. 3, 4, and 5. And what is happening is that if
Okay,
you just
sorry, 1 and 2, the top lot has been going into part 1 and part 2, as showed on this survey.
Correct. And then the second
we're trying to create 4 lots here.
Yes, I'll just bear with me.
Okay.
Bear with me. The northern rectangular lot is split into 2 parts, parts 1 and parts 2.
Yeah.
The triangular lot is split into 3 parts, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
Now what is happening is that part 1 will become lot 1.
Okay.
Part 2 and 3 will become Lot 2.
I see, okay.
Part 4 will become Lot 3, and Part 5 will become Lot 4.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay? And if you want to see how the houses are going to be located, staff, would you please pull the civil drawing DP2? So that's how the houses are going to be placed in those 4 lots, or on those 4 lots.
Okay, and then my concern has been with that bottom one on the corner, because it's a very small lot in configuration with respect to rear yards and side yards, and a very big house.
Yes, but if you look at it, it's by nature, it's by default, the configuration of the lot. It's a triangular lot, so yes, you are going to run into those, tight spots.
Yeah.
But bear in mind, there's a road. It's abutting Kingston Road.
It's abutting Kingston Road. Kingston Road's 6 lanes wide here.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to. So does that help you then?
That's helped. Yes. Thank you.
Committee members, any further questions? If not,
Madam Chair, could you elaborate the same thing while looking at the Google Street?
Google Street?
Yeah, the street map. I mean, if you look at what the existing properties are and how they are going to be, the same thing which you were mentioning on the plan.
The location map.
Location map, yeah.
So the location map. So there are 2 properties here that we're talking about. It's lot number 21 and then 1. So I'm assuming 1 is 1 Lochleven and 21 is 21 Lochleven.
Right.
Those are the 2 lots. Mm-hmm. So the one that's highlighted in blue and the one just below that, right there. These are the 2 properties. So 2 properties, 5 parts being created, and 4 lots. So it's being divvied up in 5 parts, but creating 4 lots.
And the question really is 4 lots appropriate for this property, and how does it impact what's across the road? I noticed that the lots at the north have very little impact on the townhouses, which are immediately adjacent. The 3 lots down on, I guess 2 lots at the corner of Lochleven and Kingston Road barely even touch those townhouse properties.
Okay, so staff, may I request you to pull up the Google aerial view?
All right.
Yeah, there's something wrong with this map.
Oh, yeah, that's Kingston Road, I see.
Yeah, that's Kingston Road.
Yeah, that's where that townhouse condo is then.
Yes, there's a townhouse condo abutting Kingston.
Right. So that gives us some buffer, yeah.
Okay, so if you look on this aerial view, thank you for pulling that up, staff. So where that point is and that corner, so triangular piece and the 2 corner houses, sorry. Those are
way
the
down
2.
at Kingston Road. Yeah.
So that's not the house that's being added. It's that lane. It's 1 and 21. Staff, can you please point out the 2 lots that are being discussed? Yeah, those 2.
I see, right.
So it's my apologies. I think I mistaked.
Oh, it's not on Kingston Road.
It's not Kingston. My apologies.
No, not on Kingston.
It's that laneway or the private lane.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's those 2 lots. Okay.
And again, those 2 lots, they want to make 4.
That's correct.
And Madam Chair, if you know, what's the lowest frontage in terms of the 4 lots? What's their smallest frontage in terms of meters? I just wanted to check that.
Through the chair, my suggestion is if the panel has any questions, they can ask the applicant. You're not in committee now, correct?
We are in committee.
Sorry.
Maybe we can ask staff here for clarification. So what's the smallest frontage here?
Just, I would just base it on the review of the minor variance, the minor variance notices, right? The public hearing notices.
So,
Look at it here.
so look at 20.
30 feet.
So look at 20D.
30 feet.
30 feet, yeah, as I was saying. Okay, 30 feet.
30 feet.
He says 30 feet. Okay.
Yeah, I think he'd already told us.
I'm just
Okay,
checking.
all right. So I think if we have, yeah, it's 8.5 lot frontage.
Thank you.
Okay, can we,
Okay. All right.
can we proceed with a motion if everyone's ready?
Well,
Please, okay, Member Macaulay, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, in spite of my confusion, I am not convinced that this is appropriate development. We're looking at an 8-meter lot frontage. I look across the street, and those lots presumably are 12 meters. We've got some sort of corner triangle here that I'm not quite sure I'm understanding or am satisfied that it provides an appropriate development and fits into the community. So that's my concern. I see that we've got townhouses on one side, we got development on existing development on the other side, and I'm not convinced that these variances that these consents are appropriate fitting into the community.
So you're concerned with the proposed consent?
I'm
Okay, we're
proposed
not even getting to
consents
the
and then
variances.
obviously with the variances as they apply.
Okay. Any other comment, members? Member Taylor and then Member Said.
Yeah, I was commenting on the consent. I think you've all heard my views about sort of values or the way I observe these things. In my mind, in a perfect world, part 1 and 2 makes a good severance with the existing house on it. 3 and 4 combined would make, in my mind, a reasonable lot. And part 5, because of the triangular shape, although it's triangular, I can see it being a separate lot as well. So in my mind, the good way to divide this land would be parts 1 and 2, one lot, parts 3 and 4, second lot, part 5, third lot. So I think it's kind of squeezing four lots into into an area that should be 3. So I would be supportive of denying consent.
Okay. So can I then first have a motion on the consent application? Who wants to go?
If there's no further comments on it?
There's no further oh, sorry, Member Said, you wanted to say something?
It's okay. I'm okay. I echo the same comments which my colleague made. Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead, Member Macaulay.
Okay. I move that the consent applications, I'm just going to call it for 1 to 21 Loch Levin Drive, be refused as they are not appropriate. They don't meet the standards of what is in the community.
Okay, may I have a seconder, please? Member Said.
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? Okay, and I oppose the motion. However, the motion is carried and the application has been refused. Okay, so we've dealt with the consent, so there's no point in proceeding with the minor variance application. So thank you, everyone who took the time to speak with us today on that one. And that brings us to the last item on the agenda, and that is item 21, and this is for 151 Pitt Avenue. And before we proceed with the agent, I just want to confirm anyone in the audience in opposition or in support, please come forward on this application. Okay, while we are getting members come to the front, can we now proceed with the agent? Can we have Joseph Battaglia online? Hello, Joseph, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. So, Joseph, we have two members in the audience who are going to be speaking to this application. And I do not have any registered speakers online, so I'll start with you. So you have 5 minutes and tell us about your application.
Well, being that this is a very similar location to the one previously on Westbourne, I really don't have much to add other than what my colleague who applied prior to this stated. I believe that this is a neighborhood in transition, and this is an appropriate severance for the general trend of what's going to be happening in this area. So if we're looking at the future of this area, I believe that dividing it into two 25-foot lots with a 0.4 meter separation between the two and 0.6 on the sides facing the existing other neighbors is appropriate for this as a development of this area. I believe this is an appropriate development and in keeping with the four tests of the Planning Act, and I ask that the committee approve our request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Members of the committee, any questions for Joseph? I see none. Okay. All right, Joseph, so just bear with us and while we speak with the neighbors here. So we have Satish and Lyle. Who would like to go first?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lyle, before we proceed, I have a question.
Pardon?
Is your address 151 Pitt Avenue?
Yes, it is.
So this is the application for 151 Pitt Avenue.
Yes, we live there.
So, okay, help me out.
Okay, we're tenants.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. First of all, before I start, I just want to say that I appreciate the fact that you made the land acknowledgement from the traditional lands here. I'm Métis, and I'm very proud of being Cree, Blackfoot. And it's nice to see that land, which has always been very, very important to First Nations people, is being looked at, and this is being done with scrutiny to make sure that things are being done properly. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
I want to apologize for the fact that when I put my application in the dispute, it wasn't as well done as I believe that it could have been. The only reason why I knew many of the facts about this was because I'd just gone to visit my neighbor Satish, and I basically had only a couple of hours to gather a lot of the details. You'll notice in our application, I'm not only speaking on behalf of myself, but also neighbors. So there's six other people that have signed to say that they oppose this. All of these people live within 3 doors of the house, except for the people who live across the street. There's one right across the street, and one right next door to that. And then the seventh person would be Satish, and he'll make his own presentation. So we definitely oppose this. It's when I've looked at the details here, this, as I say, I found out the details just before I sent this in. When I look at the details, this is in no way a minor variation. This is you take something and stretch it in every direction you can imagine, and each time you stretch it, you say, oh, this is only minor, it's only a little bit, we just did a little bit this way. And then, well, let's just do it a little bit that way. There on each of the property, each of the proposed buildings, there are 10 minor variations. Now, the people who are next door to me, and I don't know how well this is going to play into it, but the people next door to me were basically talked into a similar kind of arrangement, although their variations are not near as severe as what this one is. And I realize now by looking at this, when Mr. Taylor spoke of the fact of the space between the buildings, theirs pushed beyond what would have normally been the allowable amount, and this one pushes so far that it would be difficult to get a lawnmower, I think, down the alleyway to the backyard. I've lived in a house like this before, and the only way to get things into the backyard is to go through the house. I think that each one of these things being done separately is one thing, but as they're done together, it starts to create a problem. As a former candidate for mayor in the most recent election, one of my platforms was affordable housing, and I'm still very, very strong supporter of making sure that housing is done properly, and that there is housing for everybody. Out of 102 people, I was number 12. So, and I believe that that was one of the issues that had a lot of people decide that I would be a good fit for the job. I understand about affordable housing, but these buildings have nothing to do with affordable housing, nothing whatsoever. My next door neighbor, who, as I said, recently had this done, they're now finding that the second house costs them more money to build than what they can get for it. And I keep seeing people going into the house and 5 minutes later they're gone. I mean, people are coming for the open house. 5 minutes later they're gone. So this is not providing affordable housing. It's not providing a better situation for anybody. All that it's doing is pushing and pushing this neighborhood. And it's, I know that it's been mentioned, oh, this is the future. Well, somewhere down the line we have to stop what's happening in much the way we have to be careful about climate change. It's like, oh, well, it's the future, it's going to happen, so let's go. Well, no, sometime we have to stop and say, this is enough, and this is enough. I mentioned about Ural the turtle when I talked previously, and these houses go way beyond, way above, and it's sort of like, it almost to me looks like each person decides, well, you know what, maybe mine could be a little bit bigger than the other one, so we can have the biggest house on the block. And that's what it looks like. I don't think that this is going to be beneficial for the community. I think that it's damaging the community. And I please ask that you refuse this application. Thank you ever so much. I appreciate having the time to be able to speak with you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Members of the committee, any questions for Mr. Lyle? I see none. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought of one more thing. It was mentioned about trees. When the house next door got taken down, 12 trees died. And I don't think that forestry knew that that's what was going to happen. I think it was done a little underhandedly.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, Satish. Satish, can you please come forward, and you have 5 minutes, sir. Tell us what your concerns are with the application, and just so you know, we do have your written submission online on the agenda, and we have read it. So if you want to add anything more to it, that would be appreciated.
All right. So I strongly oppose this application for building 2 single-family detached 3-story dwellings. Requested variance number 4 to the zoning bylaw. The maximum permitted lot coverage is 33%, and the proposed coverage requested is 43.52%. Proposed increase in the coverage of 31.88% should not be considered as a minor variance. The maximum height so far is 29.53, but the proposed height is more than 29.53 feet by 4.17 feet. So this is not a case of minor variance. The variance number 7, the maximum permitted number of stories is 2. The proposed number of stories is 3. It is not a minor variance, considering one additional story is nearly 50% increase in the requested stories. This does not fit into the category of minor variance, so strongly oppose Whatsoever stated forthwith, kindly consider the development as not desirable for the community and refuse this application for consent as well as for minor variances. Thank you for supporting the community. Much appreciated. Thank you.
So Satish, while I have you, so you have concerns with both the consent application and of course you've elaborated on
Now,
the
for
minor
the
variances.
for the consent, they are asking for building three-story houses.
No, the consent is to create the lots.
Yes, for that I'm okay.
So you're okay with the consent?
Yeah, for the consent is okay, but they are asking.
You're concerned with the variances of the for the houses that are going to be built.
Yeah, the
So when it
height,
comes to
the height.
division of the lot, you're fine with that? The consent, which is the severance, creation of two lots.
Creation of two lots, the very neighborhood. No, I'm not. I oppose it.
So you oppose the creation of two. So
Yes.
they're taking one lot, splitting in two. You have concerns with that.
Yes.
And then, of course, what they're building.
All the
on,
variances also.
All the variances. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone has a question for Mr. McCall? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can go back to the applicant, Joseph Battaglia, the agent. Can we have Joseph, please? Hello, Joseph, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir, now. So you heard the concerns. There's concerns with the proposed consent and, of course, the variances. How would you like to respond to it?
Well, someone mentioned taking a lawnmower to the backyard. Let me remind the committee that the side yard is 0.6 meters on the one side, which is 2 feet. That is sufficient for a 22-inch lawnmower to go through. The space between the two is 0.4 and 0.4, which adds up to 0.8, which is even more than the 0.6 between the two units. So it's plenty of space to take even a bigger lawnmower through. The other stuff, I can't argue against some of the stuff that they're saying, other than the fact that we have to create more space for people to live in spaces where we have, good sized lots, to create spaces where people can have their own homes in areas that are of sufficient infrastructure to allow it to happen. This is the future of the growth of the city. The other future, obviously, is building these huge, tall skyscrapers to accommodate these people, and people can't find areas in the city to have their own home, their own private residence. So I really believe that this is the way that the city is growing, and it's inevitable. We can delay the process, but it is inevitable, and I hope that the committee takes this into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the agent? I have a question for you. My question is for the variances. Why do you need to have so many variances for the application? I can appreciate the lot frontage, I can appreciate the lot area, but why pretty much everything is being challenged here is my question. Like, why do you need all these variances? Why could you not? I appreciate, the need for housing, and this is the new way, that it's a new world that we're living in, and we're still learning. But why is it being stretched in every direction is my question. And you're not the only one. I see that in pretty much all the applications. So for example, why do you need a larger platform? I can see the length and the building depth and the building length as a result of, building siting and functionality. But why do you need a larger platform?
Well, I'm an architect, and I have to satisfy the client's needs, not what I think should go or not. I have to satisfy my client. He wants this particular size and this particular variance. He's invested a certain amount of money, and he wishes to be able to realize some sort of satisfaction in the size of the house that he wants.
Right.
So you have to ask those kinds of questions to him, because I'm only performing a service for my client.
Appreciate that. No, I'm just curious, and I know the markets, the economics and everything adds to, GFA, and you as an architect understands that as well. But when it gets to other areas, like, pretty much everything is being challenged here. That's what always sort of, I'm curious to know about that. But I do see, that there's certain expectations of the clients as well, and, if they're investing, they are looking for something that they wish they may not need, but they want to have. Okay, so on that note, any further questions for Mr. Battaglia? I see none. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Battaglia. And
Is it possible I could make a short comment?
you can't. You
can't?
cannot. No. Unfortunately, that's the procedure. That's the rule.
fine.
So I will not be able to. No, that's okay. So we're going to take the matter into committee now. Committee members, we are in committee now. Any comments, any thoughts, any questions, or are we prepared for a motion?
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, please. go
Maybe
ahead.
just by way of comment, I'm just thinking what we might be able to achieve if we approved the severance, and then we've got decent lot frontages here, but did not approve the minor variances. There are too many, as you've said. The applicant could then rethink about how it would design and set out a house, with some lesser standards. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, any other thought? Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on that. I think that this consent application and the lots which are resulted because of the severance of the property, the lots, I think these are not appropriate size. Look at the frontage or look at the lot area. These are inappropriate, and not to talk about a number of other minor variances has been compromised in the minor variance application, the lot coverage, the building land, the building height, 3-story building. So in principle, even in the very beginning, I am not supportive of the consent application.
You're not supporting? Okay.
I don't support.
All right. So, on that note, is there a motion?
Before we do a motion, I think I want to comment as well. This application is similar to the two before, where we
On
were
Mayborn,
looking
yes.
at that whole area. We know that the area is changing. We know that there are changes. But what we need to make sure is that the changes still provide a good neighborhood for the good residents that we hope to move in there. To make the changes for, as the applicant has said, for the profit of his client is not really up to us. We're not looking at profit. I've been concerned about this area for a while because every time we get one of these applications, they say, well, we need more housing. And they are making one lot and into two. So yes, we're getting an additional house. But the additional house that we're getting is at an enormously additional cost. And so we're creating additional housing, but we're really affecting the market ability of what people can buy in that area. And I think in some ways we're doing a disservice to the community by saying these lots that are good-sized lots, the houses that could be added to, should be demolished, and we make huge houses. I think we're going overboard, especially in this area. So that's my speech. It's more a concern of what are we doing, where are we going, and I think we're heading in the wrong direction. So I would be prepared to put forth a motion to refuse the consent applications and refuse the variance applications for much the same reasons that these are not appropriate, not desirable, and not suitable.
Can I have, so this is a consent application motion. Can I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
All in favor? All right, so the application has been refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Muslim.
So that brings us to the end of the agenda for today. And is there any other business to discuss?
Through the chair. There were, since the last hearing, there was one TLAB appeal on, that was filed at 601 to 607 Milner Avenue. The minor variance application was refused by committee. It's been appealed by the owner. Since the last hearing, there's also been one TLAB decision that has been issued at 5 Chalice Court. It was a minor variance application. It was originally refused by committee and appealed by the owner. The application was approved as amended at the TLAB.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there is no further business. The date of the next meeting is August 23rd.
23rd, okay.
And I need a motion to adjourn.
August 23rd.
Okay. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that.
Mr. Gary seconds the motion, and all in favor, motion is carried. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
That makes for a fairly long day. We're having just a 15-minute break.
Yeah.
Since we've been going since 9 o'clock.